Ready. I don't know who is working back there, Rory or Dan, or who's back there?
Dan.
Dan, thank you. We're good to go. Excellent. Welcome. This is our Town Council regular meeting, May 28th, 2024. Thank you for joining us a half an hour early this evening. And Sarah, a call to order, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
Here.
Mayor Pallavi.
Here.
Councilmember Romack.
Here.
And virtually Councilmember Klopstad.
And I'm going to be mentioning that Councilmember Klopstad is attending the meeting virtually under California Code GOV 54953. Based on just cause. The main modification to tonight's meeting is that the general public will also have access to attend and or comment virtually through the Zoom meeting link published with the agenda. Councilmember Klopstad has disclosed she is attending virtually due to Just Cause Medical. There was no one above the age of 18 years old in the room with her. And for anybody who is also joining us virtually, if you would like to make a public comment at any time virtually, please make sure you raise your hand on the Zoom, and then Sarah will be informing us at that time whether or not we have a public comment, and then we will give you your 3 minutes as well. Okay, so we got through all of that. We got through roll call. Please rise for Pledge of Allegiance. We have a couple board members from one of our sister boards at the hospital here with us, Board Member Brown and Wong. If you would all lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening, we appreciate your presence here. Thank you.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all very much. We will now open our in-person public comment. We will start with, and this is an opportunity for members of the public to address council on items not on today's agenda. Please state your name for the record. You can head on up to the podium over here. You are limited to 3 minutes, and we will not be taking any action on any of those items. We will be attentively listening. So anybody, public comment is now open. Come on up. Yep, go right ahead. Turn the microphone, make sure the button is green, and state your name. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Kara Hollis, and I am here this evening representing Clean Up the Lake. Our executive director, Colin West, is very sorry he can't be here, but he's currently getting married in Europe, so I figured that was a valid excuse and said I would stand in. I'm here this evening to express our appreciation for the council's support of our project in 2022. That was the Donner Lake monitoring, and that project allowed us to explore at deeper depths for litter in Donner Lake. We're up to 13,300 pounds out of Donner Lake, if anybody's keeping track. We are. During that project, we did get to explore deeper depths and observed quite a significant litter accumulation between the depths of 35 and 55 feet. And that would be the focus of our upcoming project that we're looking forward to this summer in Donner Lake. It's called Donner Lake Deep Dive, or 35, depending on who wrote the grant. That would be me. With that project, we are looking to remediate the litter at those depths and put it through our normal, very thorough categorization process so that we can hope to share that information. And also, and very importantly, with the introduction of the New Zealand mud snail in Lake Tahoe, we are looking to do a thorough aquatic invasive species survey around the entire circumference of the lake, so that we can keep an eye for that New Zealand mud snail and any of the current aquatic invasive species in the lake spreading, so that we can notify authorities as quickly as possible. That is what I have to say. I thank you for the opportunity, and if there are any questions, written or otherwise, I'm happy to answer what I can.
Thank you so much. What was your first name again, just because I missed it?
Kara, C-A-R-A.
Kara. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment this evening? Seeing none, let's go to virtual public comment. Nailed it. Didn't forget.
There is none. Good job.
There is no virtual public comment. Great. With that said, we will close public comment and we will move on to all of our presentations. We have 4 presentations and they are going to be out of order in which they are on the agenda, so I apologize ahead of time. First up is going to be Tahoe Forest Hospital District, and I will meet you all over there at the podium. Surprise! Yeah, you get to go first. Let's see if they're in order. They are. Yay! Even better. Great. Michael, Mary, Alice, welcome. Whereas in 1945, guided by the need for a hospital in the Truckee, North Tahoe region, citizens came together to facilitate the formation of a hospital district that would meet the community's healthcare needs. Together, they forged ahead and built support and momentum for what is now known as the Tahoe Forest Hospital District. And whereas in 1948, the citizens of eastern Nevada and Placer counties voted, and the Tahoe Forest Hospital District was officially established in April 1949. And Truckee resident Richard Joseph donated the land necessary for the construction of the hospital in memoriam to his son Levon Joseph, and on Monday, April 14th, 1952, Tahoe Forest officially opened, consisting of 15 beds and 2 physicians. Wow. A lot of times these are really interesting. Whereas between 1965 and 2012, Tahoe Forest Hospital underwent several significant and important changes to accommodate our growing community, including the additions of an upgrade to the emergency department, radiology department, physical and respiratory therapy, a long-term care center, a retail pharmacy, a surgical unit, a children's center, an intensive care unit, lobby, cafeteria, public meeting room, the Briner Imaging Center, and cardiac pulmonary rehabilitation, the Gene Upshaw Memorial Tahoe Forest Cancer Center, and the Tahoe Forest Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Department. And whereas the Tahoe Forest Hospital District endeavors to enhance the health of its communities through excellence and compassion in all it does, and to strive to be the best mountain health system in the nation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee, congratulations to the Tahoe Forest Hospital District on 75 years of excellence and service to the communities of the Truckee North Tahoe region. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can pass it along. Thank you. Of course. Let's get them to say a few words and then we'll do the photo. Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, staff. It is a pleasure to be here. You've heard the story and you know how much we've grown, but I think there's a little before the hand story that you should know about, and that's about Margaret, who is Dick Richards' wife. And she and Dick were citizens in our community, loved the area, and decided to start their family here. Well, during the pregnancy of Margaret, she had some complications, and Dick Joseph had to rush her to Reno, and she delivered the children, but very quickly after that passed away. And Dick thought that if we only had a hospital in Truckee, Margaret might have lived. And that began the story of Tahoe Forest Hospital District. The Rotary Club in Truckee, as well as the Joseph family, joined together to have this hospital built. And we're so grateful for them for all the work they did. We're grateful to the Joseph family who continues to support the hospital district. We're grateful to our community who also supports our hospital district. We're honored to have served this community over 75 years, and we are committed to provide exceptional health care in the future. So thank you very much for this acknowledgement.
Would you like the other council members to come down and join you?
Okay, our second proclamation is for Affordable Housing Month, and I will invite Chase. Chase is on Zoom. I don't know what's going. Chase is on Zoom.
Chase is on Zoom.
Chase is on Zoom. So this is the proclamation for Affordable Housing Month. Oh, I see Chase. He's just really small on Zoom. Godhead, welcome. Whereas May is Affordable Housing Month, and you're invited to join the town of Truckee in celebrating Truckee's housing partners who are helping to ensure that Truckee is a place where residents have a home to live and are looked after, cared for, and thriving. And whereas one of the most fundamental aspects of living and thriving in a neighborhood is having access to a safe, stable, and affordable home, yet some of our neighbors are unhoused and others are unable to afford the cost of housing in Truckee and therefore must commute long distances to work in Truckee. And whereas the town has partnered with Placemate to create the Lease to Locals program, which has converted more than 160 units into long-term housing, has housed more than 390 residents in Truckee, and has expanded to 8 other communities, all while supporting affordable housing initiatives across the country. And whereas with the town's partnership with Placemate, the Rooted Rentals program is set to launch, which will preserve long-term housing for local workers to enable more people to have a stable place to call home in Truckee. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that May is Affordable Housing Month, and thank you to Placemate for helping the town create a community where everyone can thrive and build stronger, more resilient, and diverse communities. Thank you, Chase. And everybody else.
Came to get it.
Awesome. If you want to say a few words, Chase, go ahead. The microphone's yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Polivi, and thank you, Council. I'm sorry I can't be there in person today, but I'm very happy to accept this as really as an acknowledgement of the success we've had while working together. I'll give a big shout out to Town Council. I think you've shown pretty extraordinary leadership in your pursuit of housing solutions from so many different angles. And the town staff for their expertise and creativity while working with us to craft both the Lease to Locals program and the Rooted Renters programs. So we're all excited to continue the partnership and show even more success to the community. So thank you very much and keep up the great work.
Thank you, sir. Have a wonderful evening, and thank you for joining us virtually.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Our next proclamation is going to be for Pride Month. And I'd like to invite, I think we have a whole bunch of people, and I really don't want to mess your name, so I apologize. How about Courtney, Nubia, Isabella, Arabella, and Gretchen? Anybody else? No? And what's her name? What is it? Ron? Ron. Got it. Ron. R-O-N. Speak up, speak loud. It's all good. Awesome. So here we go. Whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning Pride Month is celebrated each year in the month of June to honor the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Manhattan. And whereas, as this year marks the 54th anniversary of the annual LGBTQ+ Pride tradition, we stand together with lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning citizens of Truckee as they declare their pride in who they are and whom they love. And while there has been remarkable progress towards acceptance and equality, members of the LGBTQ+ community continue facing regressive laws across the United States, unacceptable levels of discrimination and violence. And whereas we must protect and safeguard the LGBTQ+ community in order to continue the progress, and we honor groups from diverse backgrounds who are united in their collective goals towards inclusion and belonging. And whereas a group of grassroots volunteers have organized the inaugural Truckee Pride Week, taking place June 3rd through 9th, consisting of over 20 events throughout the week to ensure all in the community, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, race, and lifestyle, feel safe, supported, and welcome. Whereas Tahoe Expedition Academy's inaugural Rainbow Run, Rock, and Roll will take place Sunday, June 9th at the Truckee Regional Park, which will provide a family-friendly 5K run walk, musical performances, food, and community booths to celebrate the culmination of Truckee's first Pride Week. And whereas we recognize, celebrate, and stand by these groups, in addition to the many other organizations, schools, educators, LGBTQ plus individuals, and allies dedicated to creating an inclusive and tolerant Truckee where all are welcome to live, work, and play. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that the month of June 2024 is Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, and Questioning Pride Month, and encourage all residents of Truckee to embrace tolerance, actively promote equality, and celebrate our town's diversity with our friends and neighbors. Thank you. Introduce yourself and say a few words.
Absolutely. Good afternoon and evening. My name is Courtney Welpe, and I'm with Tahoe Expedition Academy. And I am truly grateful to the Town Council and the Town of Truckee for recognizing this very important movement, opportunity, experience. I do want to acknowledge the wonderful humans to my right. The organization that has come together to put Truckee Pride together is a grassroots organization, and it is a true testament to the passion and dedication and community of Truckee that so many individuals came forward. When we first started talking about Pride Week, we're like, well, maybe we can get one event, or we'll be the final event on Sunday, T that is. And then suddenly now we have 20 events. We actually are turning away events because there just isn't enough room in the calendar. But we are truly grateful for the positive reception, the number of businesses and organizations that have come forward to lend their support. And we are very excited to have this opportunity to celebrate. I do also want to acknowledge we are a school. The entire idea behind the Rainbow Run came from our students who came forward and said, we live in Truckee. We grew up in Truckee. Why do we not have a Pride event to declare and support ourselves and our fellow students? And that was the genesis for the Rainbow Run. And we are extremely excited to invite you all to come join us. We still are looking for some volunteers, and I have a whole stack of flyers if anyone knows of a business or an organization where you could put one up. So thank you again. We're very honored to be a part of this.
Does anybody else want to say anything? No? Are you sure? This is your chance. Thank you. Do you want to say anything? No? Okay. Don't forget your plaque. Here, there you go. You're welcome. And our last presentation of the evening is Christina. Is you here? Christina? Christina Valines. Yes. Good. Okay, good. Come on up. So we have the Annual Historic Preservation Advisory Commission Award. And do I have the award? You have the award?
I don't have the award.
No, you don't
Nope.
have the award? Staff, are we missing an award? Or am I not doing it?
Laura has the award.
Good. There we go. Somebody else is going to do it, Christina. So hang out here.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to present our 2024 Historic Recognition Award. This is a program that was started in 2018. It is intended to support our historic preservation efforts in town and recognize projects that have done a really good job of meeting all of our goals for preservation. Our project this year is the 10160 Church Street Award. It is located here on Church Street in downtown Truckee. These are some historic photos of the building dating back to the 1800s. And a couple of pictures of the state of the building before it was rehabilitated. So this project was approved in 2022, involved adding an ADU to the property, doing a variety of different rehabilitation elements like the windows and roof replacement, repairs, addition of some new stairs, replacing the fencing. It's categorized as a contributing building in our historic resource inventory. And here's how it looks today. So tonight we're presenting our Sharon Pace Arnold Historic Preservation Award, and Chris is here to receive that. And I also just wanted to say Happy Preservation Month to everybody.
Thank you, Laura, and congratulations, Christina. It's really beautiful. It's more vibrant. I drive by it all the time. There's always people there and doing stuff now, so it's really exciting to see how that re-energizes that area of town. So thank you. And if you'd like to say a few words, please do so.
Okay. Well, I was shocked when I got this award, and I am so honored. I have a company that renovates homes. This one was the only historic home I've done in Truckee, but we've done 10 other properties throughout restoring them and just making them beautiful. So I was very excited. My son, actually, Connor, who's here, and my husband are very big into history, and my son actually got his degree in history and master's degree. And so I had the renovation side of things. They had the love for history, and we just kind of put it together. We tore this house to the studs, redid everything. All new plumbing, all new electrical, everything from, it's all brand new inside. And my goal in that was to help it last another 100+ years because it was in really bad shape. So thank you for allowing me to do it and working with me. The permitting process was not as bad as people said it was going to be. And so I'm just grateful. Thank you for noticing.
Thank you. We'll take a quick picture.
Okay.
We'll pass it off to Jen for the town manager report, except Jen's not there. Jen.
I'm here. I just wanted to give you a chance to get back to your seat, Mayor. Just a couple of opportunities coming up this weekend to help steward the safety and cleanliness of our community. We have our first green waste drop-off event this Friday, May 31st. It's from 8 to 1 a.m., and this one is at the Tahoe Donner Trout Creek Recreation Center. If you can't make this event, don't worry. We have 2 more coming up on June 15th and July 12th, and those will be back at the rodeo grounds. And then the big news to share, which I'm hoping everybody has already heard about, it is Truckee Day this weekend, Saturday, June 1st. So our normal help clean up the town in the morning, and then join us for the community-wide barbecue. There's live music, a community expo. We'll have the bike valet available again this year, so we hope people will ride their bikes in and enjoy the event and help us get ready for summer and start out with a clean community. So that's all my announcements today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jen. Any questions or comments from council members? And we're going to go to Council Member Klofstad first.
I just want to again congratulate Tahoe Expeditionary Academy for all the work that they're doing on their Pride Run and all the other events. And thank the town for that recognition. Really fantastic to see this in our community.
Go ahead, Councilmember Henderson.
I'll echo that absolutely. And then I also wanted to just make a comment coming off of the public comment that we received from Kara related to the Donner Lake Deep Dive. I attended the Lake Tahoe Letter Summit, which I know is council reports, but just thought it was incredible the work that they're doing. And they're working all over the world. They're finding microplastics in really, really remote lakes. So what we're learning is that, you know, they're carried by air, and dryer vents without wet catches can contribute to fibers and things like that. So just really grateful for the work that they're doing as well, and wanted to acknowledge that.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
I agree.
Also agree. Thank you to everybody honored tonight.
Great, thank you. Open any of the presentations to any public comment. If there's any member of the public who'd like to make a comment on any of the presentations, step on up to the podium, make sure the microphone is on, and you have 3 minutes, and please state your name as well. You do.
Hi, everybody. I'm actually arriving late, and I'm here to thank you guys for the proclamation that you made related to the LGBTQ community, and especially to Truckee Pride that's coming up in just a week. I just wanted to make a short statement. My name is Andy Buckley. I have been a 22-year resident of Truckee with my partner, living here just up the road in Aspenwood. The roots of Pride come from, of course, as you noted, 54 years of history. In 1970, the Stonewall riots, where many of the members of that particular location actually rioted to earn their rights in their own community. It's not quite the same today. Though what is important is we appreciate the fact that the community is standing as our ally and helping us recognize that part of pride is associated with shedding one's perhaps societal normative expectation of what it is to be a person in society. When you start to shed those notions of shame, it actually helps people live the full life that they deserve. We truly appreciate that. I'm reminded of the bridge we just built in Truckee that links one side of the river to another, so that we can share alternate perspectives of that flowing river from different sides of the river and yet still enjoy the bridge. That's supposed to be a metaphor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. An excellent metaphor. We appreciate that. Any other public comment on any of the presentations? Do we have any public comment from any virtual attendees?
No public comment online.
Great. Thank you. We will be closing public comment, and we will move to our consent calendar. So we will, our consent calendar starts with item 6.1, minutes of May 14th, special meeting and regular meeting. 6.2, acceptance of our transit audit report for fiscal year 22-23. 6.3, Truckee Library Joint Powers Agreement, voting member appointments. 6.4, appointment of performing arts representative to the Public Art Commission of Truckee. 6.5, approval of contract amendment with Truckee Downtowner. 6.6, authorization to execute purchase order for the purchase of electric vehicle chargers. 6.7, approval of the MOU with the town's mid-management employees group and Truckee General Employees Membership Association. Any member of council like to pull anything from consent? None? Councilmember Klofstad, you're good? Seeing nothing. Any member of staff?
No, we don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Any member of the public wish to pull anything from consent? Seeing none. Councilmember Romack, do I have a motion for a consent calendar?
I'll move that we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
And are we doing roll calls on everything? Is that what we're doing?
We are.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead, Sarah. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
Yes.
Mayor Pallavi.
Yes.
Councilmember Klofstad.
Yes.
And Councilmember Romack.
Yes.
All good. Great. So consent passes, and we are moving on. Are we also switching 7.1?
Yeah, Mayor, if we can,
yeah.
we have our auditors online in Zoom, and
Great.
so then they can plug off. Thank you.
So we are moving we're going to start with 7.2. We're taking all sorts of things out of order this evening. The acceptance of the annual comprehensive financial report and audit reports for fiscal year 22-23. And then right after this, we will move straight into our budget item, and that is our only major item for this evening. Nikki, take it away.
Justin, did you want to start? I think Justin's actually going to start for us.
I can start. I've got my PowerPoint ready to go. I can just jump right in.
Please do.
All right. Okay, great. Hi, everybody. I'm Justin Williams with Munn CPAs, engagement partner. I'm on the Town of Truckee's audit. Here to present the audit results for June 30th, 2023. I have a PowerPoint here that I'll share my screen to go over to facilitate this presentation. All right, as I mentioned, it's for the last fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023. One thing I like to remind members of management as well as council members that management is responsible for the preparation and presentation of the financial statements, and it's our job as the auditor to come in and form an independent opinion on those financial statements to let the reader know whether or not they're fairly stated. So that's the goal of a financial statement audit. So a little bit about the audit process. The year-end field work we performed in November. We actually did interim for a day or two last summer, but a lot of the field work we really did toward November, and we're on site toward the end of November doing these procedures. To give you an idea of the different types of things that go into an audit, a lot of what we do is planning. As Nikki and her staff know, we request a lot of information up front before we're even out in the field. That allows us to do the planning, to do risk assessment. We look at the numbers preliminarily to make sure that our audit procedures are appropriately addressing all the higher risk areas as well. If there's anything unusual that we weren't expecting, we can pivot at that time before we get out there to make sure we're covering everything we need to. Even though it's a financial statement audit, looking at your internal controls is another part of the audit under the audit standards. So we document and test your internal controls. So if we're going to have recommendations for improvement, it's usually as a result of this part of the audit where we're looking at your different procedures that you have in place as well as the controls. So here we're looking at cash receipts or revenue coming into the town, disbursements, expenses going out. And really what we're looking at for each of these areas, we're looking to make sure that key duties are appropriately segregated. You don't want one person having too much control over a financial process or transaction. And then we're also looking for things like management approval. So as we're going through these areas, that's what we're looking for to make sure that your controls are strong and in place and make any recommendations we may have accordingly. I'll also look at payroll and HR function, and then the journal entries, bank recs, and then financial reporting. So all that is part of your financial internal controls. Then the next part of the audit is really testing the numbers. So I think this is what most people think of when you think of an audit. It's a testing of the balances. So we're testing balances at June 30th as well as activity that occurred throughout the year. And I put a list of some different types of tests that we do. Confirmation of balance is a really strong audit test where we send confirmations directly to financial institutions who respond to us to confirm the balances that you have on your books. We do cutoff testing. Oftentimes, agencies are good at doing day-to-day accounting. And when you get to a cutoff period, in this case, June 30th, there's different types of entries that have to be done, accrual entries, to make sure that things are being reported in the proper period. So there's just more likelihood of error. And so we look at transactions that occurred before and after June 30th to make sure that they're recorded in the appropriate period. Also do detailed test of transactions, and that's where we're selecting transactions directly from your accounting system and requesting supporting documentation to make sure the numbers are correct. Also do analytical review. Different types of analytics we do. We do variance analysis where we're looking at balances and accounts year over year to see if anything doesn't meet our expectations. We'll also do ratio analysis. An example would be we'll look at pay rate, average pay rate per FTE, benefit per FTE, compare that over several different years to make sure that nothing unusual is happening there. By the time we were done with field work, we still had some open areas that weren't ready to be audited yet. We had some open items in capital assets, and then the two big GASBs, which hit 2 years in a row, which is a pretty big undertaking for all governments, really. So it was GASB 87 was last year, and that was the leases. And then this year, the GASB wasn't done, and they did a new statement. It's called SABITAs. It's subscription-based IT arrangements. Pretty similar to leases where you're looking at contracts for IT, and then those get recorded on the books as assets and liabilities, similar to how the leases were. And just a lot of additional work that had to be done by the town to prepare for those GASBs and get the information ready for us to be audited. And then still had to do the financial statement review. The town prepares the financials, and then we do the review of them. So after that, as I mentioned, there were still some open areas. So from January up until now, there was a lot of just back and forth with town finance staff completing open areas, getting it to us so we could wrap up our audit procedures. And we did have to end up importing a new trial balance because there were a lot of different changes that were done by town finance staff. So we were able to get that into our system, make sure we had appropriately tested everything, back and forth on the review and revisions on the financials. And then ultimately we got to where we are here, getting the final audit procedures performed, drafts of the financials completed. So to report the results of the audit, there's 5 different reports or letters that we issue. First one's our audit opinion. This is the main one. This is our independent audit opinion on the financials. We also issue 2 separate reports, a government audit standards report, and then the single audit report, and then 2 separate letters, the audit conclusion letter and then the management letter. And I will quickly go over the results of each of these. First one, independent auditors report. As I mentioned, this is the main one. This is our opinion on the financials to let the reader know whether or not they're materially correct. There are 4 different types of opinions that an auditor can provide. Unmodified, modified, adverse, or disclaimer. Unmodified is what you want here. That's a clean audit opinion, and that's what the town has. Means that the financial statements as presented are materially correct, no material misstatements. We also put a note in there for the new change in accounting principle for GASB 96, just because it added some additional footnotes and additional different accounting. Doesn't change our opinion. It's still an unmodified or clean opinion. We just bring that to the reader's attention because it was a change. And then we just let you know the financial statements are presented in accordance with GAAP. So definitely good news there. Next report we issue, this goes along the government audit standards report and then the single audit report, which is the federal report. These 2 get issued together. The main thing about the government audit standards report, the majority of the government audit standards fall on us as the auditor. And so we have to do additional CPE, additional training. There's certain things we have to have in our own quality control processes to make sure that we have the appropriate skills and knowledge to be able to do governmental audits. The way that it affects the town is during the course of the audit, if we identify any issues with your internal controls where we're going to make recommendations, we're required to put those in one of 3 categories. The material weakness is a major breakdown in controls to the point that the numbers themselves could be misstated if you have material weaknesses. Also, the next one down is a significant deficiency. If it doesn't rise to one of those 2 levels, we note something in your controls, we can issue that separately on a management letter. So the good news here, we don't have any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that we're required to report under government audit standards. And also if there were any compliance issues, we would let you know that, and there were none. So definitely good news. Next one here is the single audit report. Any agency in the U.S., if you receive more than $750,000 in federal funds in a given year, you have to have this additional single audit. And so the majority of what this is we're testing compliance. And so we're making sure that funds, in this case loans, because it's the Home Investment Partnership Program, are being accounted for properly in accordance with the requirements of the uniform guidance. So as you can see, it was unmodified or clean opinion and no compliance exceptions over the federal funding. So again, definitely really good news. Next letter we issue, we call it the audit conclusion letter of communication with those charged with governance. In addition to our audit opinion, there's other things that we're required to report to you, and this letter accomplishes that. First one, if there was a new accounting policy implemented, I mentioned that a couple of times. The GASB 96 was implemented during that last fiscal year. We're required to let you know if there's any estimates on your financials. All financials are going to have some sort of estimate, nothing unusual here. We're just required to list these out. Depreciation, by the nature of it, is considered to be an estimate. And then the GASB, these are all the GASBs, the unfunded pension liability, for GASB 68, the OPEB liability for 75, and then the other two for the leases and the subitas, which were also, those are considered to be estimates because they're based on present value calculations. But again, nothing unusual here. We're just required to let you know what those estimates are. Next one, difficulties in performing the audit. In this case, we did put that because the original trial balance we received had some areas that weren't complete or reconciled. We had to go back later, and it caused delays in us being able to complete our audit procedures timely. That's why I'm here presenting this in May rather than maybe February or March. But we ultimately, as I mentioned, we were able to get through everything and issue our audit results. So no effect on the audit itself. This is just our opportunity to let you know why the audit was later than normal. If we had any disagreements with management, we would let you know. We did only have one audit adjustment after receiving the revised trial balance. We had some before that caused a lot of revisions, but technically at the end we ended up with none and no immaterial adjustments as well. I mentioned earlier that if we identify any deficiencies in your controls that we're going to make a recommendation for. If they're considered to be material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, they would go in that government audit standards report in a schedule of findings. It's a prescribed form. If they don't rise to that level, which this does not, we report it just on a separate management letter. And this really has to do with, as I mentioned, the financial close. Obviously, there's been a lot of turnover in the town finance department, and just caused delays in getting us in a final trial balance that we could use for our audit work. And so we just recommend that procedure be improved so that once the trial balance is closed and ready for the audit, that it's done and there aren't still changes being made. So in summary, overall, really good news. We have an unmodified or clean opinion on the financials, just the one audit adjustment. Now the GASB 96 was, as Nikki can attest to, quite a large undertaking to get that thing implemented. No material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, so great news there. No issues with the single audit as well. And then we just had the one thing on the management letter to improve the financial close process. So I will go ahead and stop sharing the screen. And Nikki, I would like to thank you and the rest of the finance staff. It was a tough one this year with another new GASB to be implemented. And as I mentioned, I know you guys are still dealing with the ongoing effects of turnover in finance, but ultimately we were able to get things done and end up with good audit results like this. Says a lot about the quality of work that you guys do there. So I'm available for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Justin. I'm just going to quickly go over our results for the public. So we're pleased to present the annual comprehensive financial report for the period ended June 30, 2023. I'm going to go over the content of the ACFR, some of our results, and then open it up for questions and give you the final recommendation. So the annual financial report includes the independent auditor's report, as Justin just discussed. The next section is the management's discussion and analysis. This is useful for someone new to reading financial reports. They are pretty dense, and this kind of provides a narrative analysis to what it is you're looking at and reading. And then it goes through the basic financial statements. That's the listing of the numbers by fund and all the details. Then the next section is the required supplementary information. That includes more details about the numbers that you're reading. The combined financial statements, which is even more detail about the numbers that you're looking at. So as you can kind of see, the further you go, the more in depth it gets. And then oddly, it ends with a statistical section, which is kind of a high level look at some of the town's numbers. This is really good if you are analyzing the town on like a long-term basis, because it provides not only the financial statement numbers, but information about our assessed value, the overlapping debt for the town, and some of our like economic and population statistics. So somebody kind of doing that high level analysis, that's a really good place for them to review information. For fiscal year 2023, our government-wide revenue, so this includes not just the general fund, but every fund that the town manages. And our top 3 sources of revenue were charges for services, property tax, and sales tax. In comparison, the general fund, the top 3 sources of revenue, and again, for people who aren't super familiar with financial statements for governments, the general fund is the main operating fund for the town. And the 3 main sources of revenue for the general fund included property tax, sales tax, and transient occupancy tax. So pretty similar, but with a slight change in that transient occupancy tax. Government-wide expenditures, our top expense categories included public works, which includes engineering, road maintenance, snow removal, and then that was closely followed by general government, which includes the HR, IT, town council, town manager, kind of the main administrative functions for the town, and then that's closely followed by public safety, which includes our police services. And that has been pretty consistent over the past several years. And quickly looking at our overall results, our government-wide ending net position increased slightly with an increase in capital assets from $184 million to $198 million, and that really reflects the town's investment in infrastructure and building new trails and maintaining the roads. There was also a slight increase in our unrestricted net position from $71 million to $79.7 million. And when we look at our change in net position, a large portion of the change was due to the governmental side. So that includes the general government, Measure V, Measure R, TSSA, all of the governmental type funds that the town manages. The business type funds had a $0.7 million decrease in fiscal year 2022. That was a lot of numbers to say. And they actually increased their net position to almost they had a $500,000 increase in fiscal year 2023. As a reminder, our business type funds are parking, building, transit, and solid waste. So that's the combined government-wide net position increase for all those funds together. I'm going very fast because we're trying to get to the meat of the presentation, which is the budget. So I apologize if this is too fast. Please let me know, and we'll be happy to answer questions. So looking at our general fund, which again was that main operating fund for the town, our net ending fund balance increased from $50 million to $57 million. In the financial statements, the general fund is wrapped with Measure K and the ARPA, which American Rescue Plan Act funds. The Measure K and ARPA are technically general fund, but we show them separately in our budget just for a higher level of tracking. So there is a slight difference between the financial statement presentation and the presentation on this slide. We did get one council question regarding the change in net pension liability. To help kind of answer this question, I pulled the net pension liability from the past couple of years. In 2021, the net pension liability was $15.4 million. It decreased in fiscal year 22 to 7.5 million. And then as you saw in the fiscal year 2023 statements, it jumped back up to 18.7 million. That's a direct result of the investment returns that CalPERS got on their entire pool. It's sort of strange in the way that GASB 68 is measured because they use the investment results from the year prior. So in fiscal year 2021, they were looking at CalPERS investment returns from fiscal year 2020. In that year, CalPERS had a 4.7% return, which was below their expected return rate of between 6.8 and 7.2. It's currently 6.8, but it's been changing, so that's why I give you that range. In fiscal year 2022, they were looking at investment results from June of 2021. They had an extremely good year that year. They had a 21.3% investment return, and that had a substantial decrease impact on the town's net pension liability. But then in fiscal year 2023, they were looking at the 2022 results, and there was a negative 6.1% return that year. So we would have expected that our net pension liability would have had a pretty big increase. We did discuss that in our fiscal year 22 statements. You probably don't remember that far back, but we knew that was coming. So we tried to highlight that we knew that was an impact. And just as a reminder, the town's net pension liability is a projection of the town's long-term share of contributions to the pension plan based on the actuarial's assumptions of how much people are going to earn over the life of their career. So it's subject to a lot of estimates, as Justin mentioned in his reports. And as you can see, it does fluctuate wildly based on investment returns. And as we know, those can be very volatile. So hopefully that gets you guys some of the information you're looking at. And just to give you a preview, the 2023 results, which will be included in the 2024 financial statements, CalPERS had a 5.8% investment return. So hopefully not as wild of a swing as we saw between 21 and 22, but definitely a big change. As Justin mentioned, they also look at our internal controls. These are the processes and procedures established to ensure collection of accurate financial data. So we want to make sure that we are not losing assets, we want to make sure we get complete information from all of our operating divisions, and ensures that our operations are in accordance with law, regulation, and any local ordinance we have. This takes a team. This is not something that finance can do alone. We can set up the internal controls, but we really have to rely on all of our internal partners to uphold those. And so I always like to take a minute and thank all the town's teams, because we wouldn't have an unmodified opinion for our financial statements if we didn't have the commitment from all the town's divisions. So great job to the entire town team. And the one thing that we have to know is that the cost of internal controls can't outweigh the benefit. We could control every single penny that goes through, but it might take us $1 to control that penny. So we have to really have to balance the cost with the benefit. And the fact that we only had one comment on our management letter really shows that we have a good balance right now, and we really strive to maintain that balance. So the town management letter had a suggestion to improve the timing of our closing processes and make it a little more efficient. We've already started steps to address that comment. We are hiring a consultant to help with closing activities for this fiscal year. Unfortunately, we will have 2 of our accountants out on maternity leave. I will be one of them, and I apologize. So we're trying to get some extra help to our team. We're also looking at bringing in an acting administrative services director while I'm out to try and give them that full level of support so they can get through the activities. And we're also hoping that our consultant can kind of look at everything that we're doing and maybe provide some suggestions on ways we can improve our closing process and make it a little more efficient. We also are updating our contract, which will come back to council next council meeting with the auditors, and we're going to have them prepare the actual statements. That process really takes us a long time because we have to export them from the system, then save them from their weird formatting into Excel, and then PDF the Excel file, and then put that into InDesign. And So that will save more than 40 hours of staff time to have them prepare, and the cost that they're willing to help with that service is very reasonable compared to the savings that we're going to get. And as Justin said, we received an unmodified opinion. What that means is that it's the highest level of assurance that an auditor will provide in relation to the accuracy of financial statements. They know they can't catch every single dollar that we may have, processed, but they're looking to make sure that the statements are materially correct, so that anyone looking in on those statements can say, okay, that is an accurate representation of the town's financial position. So that's great news. And I went through that super, super fast, so I'm going to open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Nikki. Really great job to you and your entire team. We appreciate it. Great results as well. We'll start with any council member questions. Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
No, thank you. You answered all my questions, and I appreciate the presentation.
Councilmember Romack.
No questions. Thanks.
Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Klostad.
No questions, just Nikki, never apologize for being pregnant.
Well said. We'll open up public comment on this item. Any member of the public wish to make a comment? Great. Seeing none, we will close public comment and bring it back for acceptance.
I would just like to
Recommended
thank
action.
the audit team. They are very patient with us as we scramble to get everything complete. So we appreciate their hard work in helping us get these statements right.
A lot of detail, a lot of numbers, and you guys have a lot of accounts, as we are about to see. So we appreciate all the hard work to keep the public informed, keep us informed, and also make it clear to understand. I think that's one of the hardest parts. So with that, we have an action in front of us. Councilmember Henderson, go ahead.
I move that we accept the fiscal year 2023 annual comprehensive financial report and audit.
I'll second.
And a roll call, please, Sarah.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie?
Yes.
Mayor Pallavi?
Yes.
Councilmember Klostad?
She said yes.
And Councilmember Romack?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Motion passes. Appreciate that. Okay, now we're going to go backwards in time, back to 7.1 to our fiscal year 24-25 annual operating budget and 5-year improvement project budget workshop. There's going to be 2 sections of this, just for everybody's information. We're going to have an operational section, and then we're also going to have, what are we calling it? An infrastructure section, I guess. And we'll open public comment in due time after each of those sections. So there will be an opportunity throughout these topics so that we can hear from the public. We'll try to get all of our questions answered, and we'll just kind of run through it. This is just a workshop, so it'll be a little bit more free-flowing. Conversation is welcome, questions are welcome, and we will take it from there. And if any member of the public is with us virtually, they will have the same opportunities that members here in the building will also have.
Great, thank you. Well, Nikki is pulling up the presentation. Just a couple of things to start out. So this is your second budget workshop, number 2 of what typically 3 budget hearings that you have. We have taken the feedback that we received from you in April, and I think we have addressed most of those comments. There's one kind of larger comment still outstanding that we have in here for a discussion, and that's prioritization for the Jaboom Street area projects and how we're going to move forward with that. So we're hoping to have a conversation about that. We've highlighted the changes that we've made throughout the presentation. That's mostly in the capital section, so you'll see those when we come. As a reminder, the operating budgets are basically status quo. There's a couple of things that we will point out. We don't have any new positions in this budget, we've been holding that off for the outcome of our operational assessment, and then considering those recommendations when that report is complete, which will be at the end of this calendar year, early next calendar year. We do have promotional opportunities built into this budget, so we aren't trying to prevent that from happening for our employees if they're ready for that. And we do have a couple of positions that are succession planning, so they're overstaffing for about a year in anticipation of retirements. So we are trying to plan for that accordingly. We have a number of our staff here, so if there's detailed questions, we can welcome the staff up to the microphone and get into those details. So thanks to everybody for being here. And with that, Nikki's going to lead the presentation. We'll jump in as needed to support the conversation. You're welcome to ask questions at any time and interrupt us. It is meant to be a bit more informal. So with that, I'll pass it over to Nikki and thank her and the team for all the work on this. We're excited that we're going to hopefully have new budget software for the next round of these conversations, which should make this process be a little bit more automated and easier to update. So we're looking forward to that. But right now, this has been a great team effort, and everybody's really had to jump in and get you the information you need to make decisions and direction tonight. Have at it, Nikki.
We've been making changes to this presentation till about 5 minutes ago, so I apologize getting that downloaded. So we're gonna go over some budget basics. I will go very quickly because I know the council's well briefed, but just to give our public some ideas of what it is that we do here. Then we'll go over our general fund revenue trends, general fund designations, changes from the April CIP review, operating budgets, and capital improvement project budgets, and we'll give council time between each division and CIP category to kind of have any discussions that you need to have about the specific topic. We will be taking notes, and then before we leave this meeting, we're going to just make sure that we have a clear understanding of everything that council is asking us to change before we bring back the proposed budget in June. So what is the budget? It's an estimation of our revenue and planned expenses over the next fiscal year. It includes a 4-year projection beyond next year's budget, so 5 years in total, because we want to make sure that we have sustainability of our current plan, at least over the 5-year horizon. Our spending philosophy is only spend what you need. We have an anti-use it or lose it mentality that a lot of governments kind of operate under. We really encourage our division managers to only use what they have a business necessity for. And then if there's just timing delays, then we have the opportunity to rebudget those funds for the next year. And that's really what we mean by that anti-use it or lose it mentality. Any unofficial savings, so that's net operating. So that's operating revenues over operating expenses. That's what we consider a saving, becomes one-time money in the fund balance. And we can use that either for one-time projects, CIP funding, or to include as savings for a designation for a specific purpose at some point in the future. Our budget policies, our operating budget will be prepared to fund current year expenditures with current year revenue. So we do not want to use those savings from prior years to fund an ongoing operating expense. We do not want to use that to try and fund an ongoing position. When we make a commitment to add a new position, we want to make sure that we can fund that into the future. So surplus and saving balances can be used to increase reserves or designations, fund capital improvement projects, or to fund capital outlay in the near term, or provide for one-time costs in operating. And we always try and deliver services in the most cost-effective manner possible. Looking at our revenue, this is looking at the estimated actuals. So as we see for the general fund, our largest source of revenue is property tax. And the second largest source of revenue is sales and use tax. Third largest source is transient occupancy tax. As we're building our budget for the next fiscal year, so this is, oops, we forgot to update the years. I apologize. It should say fiscal year 23-24 estimated actual and fiscal year 24-25 draft budget. This did not get updated at all. I'm not going to go over this. I'm in the wrong year? No, 5/28/24.
We have a different, we have a different.
Can you save it quickly into the presentation folder?
Where is this?
S presentation. It's in council chambers. I can't.
You guys want
One
5
second.
minutes?
One second. I pulled the wrong version of the PowerPoint. As I said, we've been making changes up until about 5 minutes ago. So,
Do you want a 5-minute break, or
Yeah, let's
is it
take
going to
a
be quick?
5-minute
5 minutes.
recess,
Okay,
thanks.
we'll do 5-minute break and reconvene at 5:45 by the back clock.
gonna blame
Alright,
that on
okay.
pregnancy brain.
Okay.
Downloaded the wrong version. Okay, so property
Wait,
tax.
We gotta make sure Anna's back.
Oh, Anna.
Are you back? Councilmember Klofstad? Yep. Yay. Okay, she's back. Yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
now you're back, Vicki. Go.
So our revenue trends, this is just the general fund. This does not include any other operating funds. We really focus on the general fund because it is our main operating fund. So for property tax, we are projecting a 4% increase from the fiscal year 23-24 estimated actuals. The estimated actuals were 15.4 million, and in our budget we're including 16 million. That does include secured and unsecured, so it's not just one line item if people are having trouble tracing that. For sales tax, we have a consultant who helps us develop the estimates. They are a statewide agency and they do a lot of economic analysis. And based on their estimates, we're projecting a 1.4% decrease from the fiscal year 23-24 amended budget and a 1.6% increase from the estimated actuals. So the estimated actuals is 6.4 million and we are estimating 6.5 for our proposed budget. For transient occupancy tax, we're using a very conservative internal estimate. We are not estimating any increase for transient occupancy tax. And that's because this year we have seen some decreases in the first 2 quarters. Those are the only 2 quarters that we have analyzed. We have received the 3rd quarter results, but we haven't finished analyzing those yet. The first 2 quarters, when we compare to the prior fiscal year, so when we compare fiscal year 23-24 results to fiscal year 22-23, the first 2 quarters were down. And so we don't want to estimate too high and not meet those collection levels. So we are maintaining a very conservative budget here. We have also used some anecdotal evidence from our lodging providers in developing that estimate, so not super scientific, but we're trying to be conservative. We did get a question from council on what the townwide revenues are. When we look at townwide revenues, we do take out the transfers in. A transfer in, so let's say for the general fund, we transfer in the gas tax revenues into the general fund to cover some of the costs of operating. So to avoid double counting, we are producing an adjusted total here where we're taking out the transfers in. We also took out, there were some unfunded dollars in the capital improvement project fund, so we didn't include those either. So we have a true revenue total of 73.5 million for all town funds for fiscal year 24-25 at this point. There was another question from a council member regarding, are we looking at the state's potential budget shortfall? We, for granting purposes, we only budget for a grant once the granting agency has awarded us that grant. So we don't have any estimates of how the state's potential budget shortfall might impact our ability to budget for for grant revenue. We do get a lot of revenue from the state's gas tax, and we do look at, it's called, there's a gentleman, Michael Coleman, who used to be a finance director in the state, and now he just does financial estimates for local government agencies. He just put out a new estimate for gas tax last week, which was too late for us to incorporate into the budget draft, but we will look at those estimates to see if we need to make an adjustment before we produce the final budgets. That's kind of the extent of our kind of incorporation of a potential budget shortfall from the state at this point. If we get additional information, we may make additional changes to the proposed budget at the June meeting. We also had a question from council if we could include the budgeted revenues to actual. The blue line represents the actual revenues that we collected in that year, and the orange line represents the budget. So we do budget conservatively, but we would rather have the conversation mid-year, hey, we're looking better than we are, than having to have the conversation of, we didn't get enough revenue, what do you want to cut? So it is kind of it's a tricky balance. And ultimately, it's council's direction on how they want us to handle that. But that has been the kind of the direction we've gone in the past. And it has served the town very well in avoiding any financial crisis. It does allow us to have that one-time funding for a lot of these really amazing capital projects that we've been able to fund throughout town. So
I think this is definitely the standard in local government budgeting, is you try to be conservative so that you don't run into a situation where midway through the year, you're having to make some difficult decisions, whether that's staffing wise or cutting out programs or costs because your revenues aren't coming in. So I would say this is the standard, not the exception to what most governments do and what I think most finance directors would be recommending.
we also didn't have time to go very far back, but if we did go back to the recessionary period, there were periods where we did not hit all of our revenue targets, and they did have to have some very uncomfortable and, difficult conversations. So that's what we're trying to avoid. On wages and benefits, we are projecting that the town is going to be in the 5% pay for performance pool, and that is based on the general fund budget to budget revenue increases. So at the town of Truckee, we have a pay for performance based wage increase. So employees at many government agencies, they have called the STEP system, and instead we only provide raises for performance based on an evaluation versus, you've been here for a year, you're going to go automatically up by 5%. And we do provide cost of living adjustments. We've finished negotiating, the council approved as part of this consent calendar at this meeting, the updated contracts with our Truckee General Employees Membership Association and our mid-management group. Those contracts did include a 5% COLA, but the 5% COLA is not included in our operating estimates that included in the budget right now. In the budget letter, we do talk about the impact to our net operating surplus. We were able to estimate that impact, and so we did want to point that out. So the numbers are currently showing a 0% COLA because we didn't have enough time to roll those through once we finished with negotiations. We're still working on negotiations with our Truckee Police Officers Association, so we don't know what that final number is going to be. The wage numbers do include a 10% increase in health, dental, and vision for all employees. We also like to highlight the CalPERS costs. So just looking at the numbers there's two parts of CalPERS cost. There's the normal cost, and on the high end, we're paying 26.3 cents for every dollar of payroll for our Tier 1 safety employees, and that goes all the way down to 8.18% for our Tier 3 miscellaneous. The town has a lot of different pools, and that's based on the time that the employee entered the town's CalPERS pools. And the Tier 3 pools are based on PEPRA, which was the Public Employees Pension Reform Act, and the state actually provides the level of benefits for that, and that's why you see that those costs per payroll dollar are much lower. It provides for a much different benefit package than you see at the Tier 1 and Tier 2 levels. The UAL is the unfunded actuarial liability. So if there's a variance from expected market results, so right now CalPERS, they are shooting for a 6.8% investment return. If they don't get a 6.8% investment return, that creates an unfunded actuarial liability that the town has to make up. And they say, and then they break that up so you have 20 years to pay off each year's UAL. And so they kind of break it up. It's like a mortgage payment. It's the same amount every year. And then there can be many, many layers. When you have a really good year like that year where we got 21%, that creates a offsetting unfunded actuarial liability, and that'll decrease the next year's, it'll be a negative that they amortize over 20 years. So that does actually help us. It's very complicated. CalPERS gives that to us in a flat dollar, so you can see the tier 1 plans with much richer benefit packages. If they don't get the investment returns that they're expecting, it creates a much more expensive unfunded actuarial liability. I don't know what that number is. That's just a quick. This is just kind of going in more detail over what it's included in our CalPERS costs. So the normal cost is driven by an asset liability management study and then an experience study. The last asset liability management study was completed in June of 2022, and that's where they got the 6.8% discount rate from. And then their actuaries also complete an experience study, so that's where they decide how long people are going to live based on historical trends and at what age people are retiring, and that what type of retirement benefits are they taking, because you can say, I want to split this up between me and my spouse. So they kind of use historical data to develop expectations for the future. And they completed the most recent study in 2021. When there are changes in those, that's what creates a lot of variability in the rates. So I believe they do those on 5-year cycles. So hopefully we'll have a little bit of stability for the next couple of years until they do their next study. And we kind of covered in UAL, so I won't go over that again. This is from Jen's kind of cover letter on recapping spending by council strategic focus area. Do you want to go over those?
Sure, I'll jump in for maybe this slide and the next one quickly. This is a really high-level summary of the amount of funding going towards the different strategic focus areas. It is important to point out that there's some crossover and overlap in here. So the $100 million in infrastructure includes some of what is in there for the environmental sustainability too. It's really difficult to pull them out because they don't all fit in one box, which is great. You're overlapping in a lot of areas, but to just give you a sense over the 5-year horizon and in the capital budget and operating budgets, how much is being directed towards these focus areas and community priority areas. We have about $22 million in housing, about $29 million for sustainability, just under $1 million in emergency preparedness, about $3 million in community cohesion and communication. And again, that big number of $100 million in infrastructure. And our infrastructure projects are also, very expensive. So it makes sense that would be a larger number as well. On the next slide, we wanted to point out to you some of the designations, and those that are highlighted in blue are new or newer designations. A couple years ago, we added the budget stabilization designation, and that was really to capture costs of either shifts in the economy that we would need to dip into there to help stabilize the budget, or for labor negotiations. You can see there's $4.75 million we're recommending for 24-25. That includes costs that we were anticipating for labor negotiations to help us smooth that out in the budget cycle, as well as funding reserved for implementation of operational assessment recommendations. We don't know what that is and what they will total, but will have some funds set aside that we can prioritize recommendations and those implementation using that funding. You recently added the sustainability designation, so wanted to highlight that as well. And then the capital improvement designation. This is a new one. We'll bring that forward to you with a policy update soon, $4 million. And that is we worked hard to have a 5-year capital improvement plan that we felt was realistic, that we could accomplish and could set a realistic horizon for you as council and the community. So we weren't just trying to program funds, but we also recognize that capital projects, they have a wide variance in how much they cost. As we go through 5 years, prices could increase. We see increases over the engineer's estimates quite frequently. And there's a number of projects that we are still working on as staff that are in the work plan that may come forward for you. We don't have enough information at this time to actually budget for them, but there may be a future budget need that you want to consider, and this would be a appropriate place to draw funds for those projects. So we just wanted to highlight those for you as we didn't talk about those in the last April workshop.
I do also like to point out, we only have $1 million of spending for emergency preparedness, and that's outgoing dollars. We do have a $16 million general fund contingency, and that is money we're setting aside so that we have dollars to respond in the event that we do have a very big crisis here in Truckee. We know that a wildfire can quickly become very, very expensive, and this represents operations for about 4 months of the year. So like 4 months of the year. So while it's not outgoing every single year, we do want to highlight that we have that and it's available. So important. So now we're going to go through a detailed review of our operating budgets. We're going to pause between each slide, and if council wants to open public comment or has any questions or concerns, we will be available for that. The first section is general government. This does encompass town manager, town council, town attorney, administrative services, information technology. I'm probably missing some, but that's the most of the groups. And we have $125,000 budgeted for specialized legal services. We don't know exactly what that's going to go to. That's for anything that's beyond the scope of the town attorney's specialties or just staffing capacity. We do use that for HR issues that come up. Anyone who runs a business knows that they're never ending, and it's really great for us to have a budget that we can consult with HR specialized attorneys in the practice of government employment, and then we use those for any other issues random issues that may come up during the year. We don't use it every year. It's just very hard for us to figure out when we're going to have a legal issue and when we're not. So that's one of the budget conservatively, so it's available when we need it, and we only use it when we need it. We have $15,000 budgeted for the town's contribution to election costs that we would contribute to Nevada County's efforts. There's 2 promotional opportunities and a reclassification. So somebody was working outside of their job description. So we budgeted for a reclassification to move them to the correct classification. We have $100,000 budgeted in admin services for an acting admin services director. That's to assist with the implementation of the budget software and also to help with year-end closing and be a good resource for our finance team. There's $77,000 in IT support IT software to support the town's cybersecurity posture, and $27,000 for an immutable backup system and disaster recovery solution in IT. And with that, I'm going to pause to allow you guys to pontificate on general government expenses.
Councilmember Klofstad, do you have any questions?
Not on this section, thank you.
Okay. Anybody in the room? Any public sorry. Yep, Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
I just have two. When you were explaining the total townwide revenue, I think you might have mentioned on the general fund, the amount for transfers in and unfunded is about 3.7 million. Can you explain again what that represents? Yeah, the top row.
Yeah, so the general fund gets transfers in from the CFDs for admin costs. We transfer in about $2 million of gas taxes from the gas tax fund to cover road maintenance expenses, which is like the kind of the intended purpose of gas taxes is to maintain the roads. And so to avoid double counting, because the revenue really went into the gas tax fund, and then, you know, the revenue went into the CFD fund or Measure K for that admin cost. We don't want to double count that revenue, so it's to try and give us an accurate representation of the real revenue for the year. Transfers in is technically under GASB a revenue, but to avoid double counting, we're just removing that impact. So when we are calculating our adjusted revenue.
My only other question is, could you explain why the budgeted or the projected revenue under next year's budget is less than our actual estimate for this year, given that we're projecting an increase in property tax revenue?
I'm going to pull up the budget so you guys can see what Jan is talking about. All right, so this is from the budget, and our estimated actual total general fund revenue for fiscal year 23-24 is 41.6, and the proposed budget is for 40.6. The main difference is in other sources of revenue. For our estimated actuals for fiscal year 23-24, we're projecting $5 million, and then that is going to go down for our budget to $3.3 million. And the main difference there is in our interest from investment, and we're projecting that our revenue from investment income is going to go down by about 1.5 million. That's not all real investment income. Included in that line is something called our GASB. I believe it's number 34, but don't quote me on that. So last year at the end of the fiscal year, we had to revalue our investments at market value. At that point in time, the market value of our investments was less than our book value. So we had to do a negative $1.5 million adjustment to revalue our assets in our books at market value. Then at the beginning of this year, we had to do a reversal of that negative 1.5 to put them back at book value. And so that's inflating our investment income for this year. So we don't budget because that number is so variable, and it's really hard to predict what the market's going to be doing at any one point in time. We don't include any amount in the budget for that, but that's why that's so inflated for fiscal year 23-24. And because we don't budget for it, I'm not projecting an amount for next year either. So it's sort of not a real in revenue, but that is creating a big impact in our estimated actuals to actuals. There is one other slight difference in the reimbursement we get from Truckee Tahoe Unified School District. Their payment was slightly delayed, so they did not make a payment for that program in 22-23, so we got a double payment in fiscal year 23-24. So that's going to go back down to just the $100,000 that we're expecting. And what that is the Truckee Tahoe Unified School District pays for half the cost of the school resource officer that the town has on staff. So that's just a slight fluctuation as well.
Thank you.
I have one quick question, just because we've talked about the gas tax a few times, and I think it funds about half of our snow operations. I just want to make sure we're going to track what happens with the state's pilot program that's going to roll out starting this summer, which could potentially end up replacing the gas tax. So we're aware of that. We're tracking on that.
Yeah, we'll be
Great.
Monitoring that.
Amazing. Thank you.
My only other question was, is there a state requirement for contingency these days? If they're putting all the other requirements on evacuation and all the other things, but no contingency requirements?
Not aware of a contingency. There's some best practices through GFOA, but not a state required minimum that I'm aware of.
Interesting. Great. Thank you.
Actually, Jan and I discussed the gas tax thing earlier today, because I was wondering, well, if we electrify our whole, all the cars in the state, what happens? Because nobody will be buying gas. Apparently, I'm not the only one concerned about this. So
I think the state is very concerned about this.
Yeah.
Great. Any public comment on this first round? Seeing none, closing public comment, and keep going, Nikki.
The next divisional department section is our public works. That starts with engineering. Most of their work is in the capital improvement projects, and they do have the ongoing implementation of the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination. I can't remember what the S stands for, but that's the town's program to eliminate pollutant discharge, and there are standards that we have to comply with, and we have $15,000 in the budget for that. We also are changing the way we pay one employee to kind of our GIS analyst is taking up the calling on that. He has a passion for water quality. So we changed our pay structure to incentivize him to take over that program. And it's a real benefit for the town just because of his passion for water quality. There's also $90,000 for software supplies, which includes an increase for construction project management software. So we're trying to create efficiencies townwide. The next division is roads and snow. There's $150,000 for snow off-haul assistance. That's another one of those expense items that we include, but we only use if we need it. It's really hard for us to predict the weather. In big snow years, it's really great for us to have that. In years that we don't have a lot of snow, that just becomes saving for council to prioritize for other purposes. And there's also added funding to create an in-house ability to.
There's funding for a sign shop in-house, so that is so that we can, or the roads crew can do their own signs here at town instead of having to order them, and then be at the mercy of when they arrive, what's in stock. It's a lot more efficient for our teams and for the community to be able to go back, build the signs, produce them, and go out and put them up, and just be able to do that much quicker. So it's about $70,000. There's some one-time startup costs to get the equipment and the supplies, and then we'll do some training.
And then the last division in Public Works is the Fleet Facilities and Trails division. They also manage the community facilities districts. There's a 30% increase in the budget for cost of parts for fleet necessary for the repair of town equipment and vehicles. That is just due to it's really hard for them to get parts right now. The fuel budgets are also increased to meet the rising cost of fuel. There's $35,000 for trail maintenance supplies. That's not that's for like garbage bags and poop bags and replacing snow stakes. That's not our total trails budget. That's just for the trail supplies. And then they did want to highlight that we've included an additional $30,000 in facilities for some maintenance that needed to occur at the depot. The depot is the building where the train parks downtown, for anyone who's not aware. I'm going to pause here for any questions.
Councilmember Klofstad, you always get to go first, so just be ready.
I'm trying. So I'm assuming the cost, the staff time to develop a new CFD, that's going to be in the community development department, right? Not in this public works section.
We're actually not developing any new CFDs. This is just for the ongoing maintenance of the existing. Did we incorrectly describe something in the description?
No, I think that's our future prioritization discussion on Jabot Street.
Oh, got it. Yeah, so the staffing time for that would actually be in engineering.
In engineering, okay. And then just out of curiosity, what is the construction project management software? Or are you just in the stages of investigating options?
I can answer that. This is Dan Wilkins. Most likely Procore, but staff's looking at whether or not there's other options, but that seems to be the one we're migrating to.
Seems to be the one everyone's using. Okay, thank you.
I just have a comment, and maybe this is me nerding out on infrastructure and the resources to support infrastructure, but I'm super excited to see the funding for the in-house sign shop. I know we've talked about that over the past couple of years. It's come up when I've done some of the ride-alongs, and it'll just make it so much faster and easier. I know we still have a lot of damaged signs from 2 seasons ago, that huge winter, so I'm really excited to get that and get down, do some more ride-alongs with you and see it in action, so. Thank you for having that there.
Councilmember
Romack? There was mention of consultants being used for construction management services for some of our CIPs. Is that included then in the engineering budget as well, or where does that funding come from?
Most of that gets charged directly to the capital projects.
Okay, thank you. And then a comment. Just appreciate, and this is true for other places too, just the succession planning. And I know fleet maintenance, some talk of that. just really appreciate the look ahead for so many departments, and I know Office of Emergency Services too. So that way we're always training our up and coming leaders. So just kudos on that.
And Council Vice Mayor Zabriskie. No questions. Great. None for me either. Keep going.
Our next department is community development, and the planning department is really going to be continuing to focus on the general plan implementation, including development code amendments and the housing density bonus program. In building, there's a lot of support for private development through, that's also through planning, which would be process improvements to help kind of support private development. And building activity is expected to remain steady. It has declined from its COVID highs slightly, and so we're monitoring that activity. And there are also 2 promotional opportunities included in planning for their staff. I'm going to pause there for any questions.
So pause. If we have questions, we'll chime right in.
Yeah, I don't have any in this section.
Yeah, keep going.
The next section is public safety. This includes police, animal services, parking, and emergency services. In patrol, we have 26 budgeted sworn officers and 2 reserve officer positions. That it does include the chief and the 2 lieutenants. There's $493,000 budgeted for the town's contract with Nevada County for dispatch services. As a reminder, the town partners with Nevada County and the 2 other local agency police departments for dispatch. So we have a consolidated dispatch service. It does result in savings for the town. The town did explore bringing dispatch in-house. And we found that it would be much more expensive. So this is a savings for the town. In emergency services, there's $324,000 budgeted for the wildfire protection agreement with CAL FIRE. That used to be budgeted for in general expenditures to better reflect the town's overall emergency services. We moved that to emergency services. So that's not a new expense. It's just movement from one division to another. And there's $55,000 budgeted for co-ad. The LADRIS is the license plate reading and a warming shelter. The co-ad is the
community organizations aiding in disaster that we help support and finance with a number of other partners. And as long as I have the mic, I do just want to highlight that the wildfire protection agreement, we are still working out the details of that with CAL FIRE and the Fire Protection District. So you'll receive that at hopefully the next meeting in June, if not, definitely the second meeting. But that number may adjust slightly depending on how those conversations go. That's our best estimate right now.
In the support services, animal services, and parking realm, there's $12,500 for the Donner Lake Watercraft Inspection Program. That's a self-inspection program. It's been pretty successful over the past couple of years. We're going to continue that program. There will be continued work on disaster preparedness for our animal shelter. They want to be prepared to help evacuate all the town's animals if and when that any situation might arise. And there's $70,000 budgeted for a new parking software management program, which would include a license plate readers for the parking technicians, so that they wouldn't have to stop and manually key in the license plate. They could just scan it to run it. And a new meter service agreement with our meter service provider.
Councilmember Klofstad, any questions?
Will that allow us to make the changes that the parking meter licensing their service? Will that allow us to make the changes that we've been talking about in terms of manipulating costs and timing?
Yes, we'll be able to do that with the software.
We are working on that now, so that may come before the budget. We're looking at what steps we need to take to consolidate the parking fees.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
What portion of the $55,000 under emergency services goes to warming shelter, and how is that calculated?
We were requested for this winter for the Emergency Warming Center. We had a funding request of $25,000. We did not receive a funding request for next winter, but we know that there's conversations about solutions happening, so we pre-budgeted $25,000, at least the same level of support, in anticipation of some request coming. How they calculate that, the county really calculated that number. I think it was based off of information they got from Placer County in terms of their level of support, what Nevada County was planning to contribute, and any funding gaps they may have.
Thank you.
Councilmember Romack. Anderson. Keep going.
The next section is public transit, and this is just the operating side. This doesn't include the microtransit capital project. So there's $15,500 to support the North Lake Tahoe Express Airport Shuttle. That's a regional program. $40,000 for community event shuttles. $37,500 for program marketing efforts, and an increase in the insurance for an expanded fleet. Next up, we have Keep Truckee Green expenditures. There's $31,000 budgeted for a Civic Spark Fellow to work on waste reduction and building decarbonization. $13,000 for a summer trailhead ambassador. That's a continuation from the program that we started a couple years ago. $47,000 for Clean Tahoe litter pickup. $18,000 for third-party municipal GHG emission tracking dashboard. $65,000 for a waste reduction and recycling program. $70,000 to replace the end-of-life hybrid with an electric car. It's very end of life. We're not sure if it's hybrid anymore, so we're very excited to make that change for the town. And we are projecting that there's either going to be a decrease or a leveling of the admin fee now that we've gotten all of the budget costs kind of straightened out. That will come as a separate item to council in June. And this does include one promotional opportunity.
I have a question.
Yep, I think there's going to be a couple questions on the last two. So go ahead, Councilmember Klostad.
Is this in the sustainability designation, is this where we previously funded the clean up the lake efforts for Donner Lake?
No, those are funded under a CIP, under Climate Partnership CIP.
And do we have funding in there again for their deep dive
We
project?
do.
We do. Excellent. Thank you so much.
I think maybe the question is, what is the Clean Tahoe litter pickup then? Or how is that different from what we've done through the CIP process? Hit your mic there, Aaron. There you go.
It is, I think. There we go. It's back. The Clean Tahoe contract is out of our operational budget, and that funds ongoing weekly litter pickup in sort of peak areas around town. And so traditionally we've split that cost between the solid waste fund and the sustainability budget, and it's just from the operating budget.
So Clean Up the Lake is cleaning up garbage underwater. It's a sort of a one-time or occasional project every couple of years. Clean Up the Lake is an ongoing operating expense that we've contracted out for the past 3 years.
I think you just said that incorrectly, but I
Sorry,
think we understood what you were trying to tell us. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. Great. Where were we? Councilmember Henderson, questions? Vice Mayor Zabriskie, questions?
On the municipal GHG emissions tracking dashboard, this is something we've been working on for a while, right?
Correct. The initial setup costs were in a CIP, and now because this is the annual cost to update and maintain that dashboard, and so that's just now in our sustainability operating budget.
Okay, and then $70,000 for an electric car. That's for one electric car.
That's correct. We are budgeting a number of electric cars, for example, 2 in our building division for some end-of-life vehicles, but we are consistently budgeting about $70,000.
Keep Truckee Green only has one car, so this
Yeah.
just represents the car that Keep Truckee Green uses for their operations.
Yeah. I guess I was under the impression just the unit cost had gone down. I was surprised to see how high it is for one vehicle.
So we've gone through, our fleet team has gone through and working with Aaron with some specifications. So we want a vehicle that will work well in the winter, have a certain amount of clearance. We'd also like to have a set of standard vehicles, so not one Tesla, one Mach-E, one VW. We're trying to get at least one or two different models, but not a variety. So the models that are working best range about $70,000 to have the capabilities that we would like.
And this is not a sedan. We currently have an SUV because we are primarily transporting supplies and some larger sort of event-related zero waste support items that are quite large around town. And so this would represent the cost to replace it with a similar capacity vehicle.
So what are the vehicles then, if we're looking for one type only?
We don't have it narrowed down. We have a list of several different ones that meet the specifications, but this is the price range for them.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Romack?
Sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Klovstad, if you got something.
So thank you. So on that, are we going to utilize a cooperative purchasing practice like a Sourcewell or something like that for those?
So we have a few challenges. We try to use a cooperative purchasing agreement. We try to use the state program. We've had challenges we've been back to a couple of times with not being able to acquire the electric vehicles. So in some cases, they're available on site if we go to the dealership and buy them. So we're looking at all the creative ways to try to meet that as the first goal in purchasing new vehicles. Our policy does allow us to go back to gas vehicles if we can't find something, but we're trying to find more creative outlets to purchase those, and we'll bring that back to you for consideration. Probably not in June, but hopefully in August.
Very interesting. That's good to know. And then, Nikki, I'm assuming you'll be covering this in the next section when you start talking about revenues and projections, but I just wondered what was based on our new sustainability policy and our current operating surplus, what are we expecting to add to the sustainability fund, or will you cover that next?
So for our audience members who aren't super familiar, council adopted a ongoing funding mechanism for the town's sustainability designation some point this year. It's all blending together to me. If our general fund operating surplus is projected, here, I'll go to another slide here. So this is our general fund operating surplus. If that is over $5 million, then the town saves a certain amount of that operating surplus towards the sustainability designation. Based on our estimated actual calculation of net operating surplus, we are projecting to save $599,000 towards the sustainability designation for fiscal year 23-24.
Excellent. But then in the future years, we're expecting that to decrease or go to zero. Is that accurate?
We are anticipating spending the sustainability designation down over the 5-year forecast, but each year we'll be adding to it if we exceed that $5 million.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Question on Clean Tahoe. Have we maintained the same amount over the 3 years that we've had the agreement with them, roughly? I'm just curious, and do we feel that if we have been, is that still doing accomplishing the goals of the additional litter pickup?
So we did have an increase of $2,000 in the cost for that contract for this year. We also budgeted an additional $5,000 for disposal costs. Sometimes when they pick up bulky items or other things that they can't use our dumpsters back here for, they need to pay the tipping fees at the dump for those items. We didn't previously have that in our contract. So this year does represent an increase in those costs. It is a regional contract, and so it is shared between a number of jurisdictions in the Truckee Tahoe area. So this, believe this is the first increase we've seen. But it went from $40,000 to $42,000 this year. We do see, we continue to see the same, it represents the same service levels, just some increase in costs, but it is especially valuable during peak periods after holiday weekends and large events to really add on to our, our town staff capacity to deal with litter in the public right of way.
And just adding to that, council may recall that about 4 or so years ago, we had a lot of public comments on the amount of litter and the need to address that. And that's why we entered into this contract initially to help with ongoing litter mitigation. The feedback that we have heard is that it has made a difference and that the litter has decreased significantly.
Great, thank you. And then a comment, just good job keeping the administrative fee down and a decrease in that. Again, that's passed on to constituents, and I know it's good when we can save them money. So thank you.
I just have a question on the airport shuttle, going back a slide, because there's been some talk about that. What's our contribution to that, and what is the actual service levels these days? Because I heard there were some problems going on there.
Yeah, so we fund about 6% of the subsidy for that service. So that service is about 80% funded through the customers who use the service. And then the remaining amount is subsidized by the town at about a 6% share, Incline Village representatives at about a 30% share, and Placer County for the balance. And then those subsidy percentages are based on the number of riders going to each of those to and from those geographic areas. So we're typically in the $10,000 to $15,000 range in terms of our level of participation. And then in terms of the service levels, those, because the service is so heavily reliant on the customer contributions, we have to be, we don't actively maintain it as the town. There's another group that serves it, but they have to be very dynamic in terms of expanding and contracting service to match available funding. So
yeah, and I guess my question is sort of, it's sort of a struggling program at the end of the day. And so why are we going to continue to fund the same struggling program at the same levels are we putting any pressure? Do we have a seat at the table? Are we trying to enhance service to actually make it a more functional, usable service and actually increase its ridership? Because from my understanding, it's seen decreased ridership over the years.
I wouldn't describe it as a struggling program. Any transit program that gets 80% of its funding from
that's good
from the users, that's about as good as it gets. So we do have a seat at the table. So there's basically a committee. So the town, Placer County representatives, and Incline Village representatives meet on a regular basis to monitor the service. Just look at the revenues from the service, decide whether additional runs can be added or subtracted. Some of the ridership, so during COVID, ridership took a nosedive because there weren't as many people flying. So some of that ridership is still recovering from really the COVID effect. And another thing that was done a couple of years ago, so where the service pays for itself by the customers is if there's 3 people or more that are on the shuttle coming up to or going down to the airport at the same time. When there's either only 2 people or a single rider, the level of subsidy is much higher. So what was done a couple of years ago, because the service was getting out of balance from a funding standpoint, is the single ride fare was doubled, so that those single riders they're still the most heavily subsidized rider, but what it did is it shed some of those single riders to other options like Uber, if it's available, or other taxi options. And from the service provider's perspective, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing, because what it did is it offset the need of $100 to subsidize, so it's a $200 trip. So it reduced ridership, but it also reduced subsidy and helped keep the service in balance from a financial standpoint.
Yeah, maybe I guess what I'm more trying to get at or understand is our contribution really making a difference? Is there an opportunity for increased level of service? Is there an opportunity for increased funding from certain, jurisdictions, or do we at some point want to consider our own that might be significantly different? And is that something that we're considering potentially as part of the language in our ballot measure? And would we be able to use funds for things like that as we move forward? To me, it seems very static and stasis, where all of our other programs are aggressive and pushing the envelope and actually trying to be, much different. Whereas this one sort of like languishes in its own little tiny corner of 6% forever.
So
I guess is my real question.
Yeah,
where are we,
Yeah.
and are we looking at making this better? And we don't have to necessarily get into the programmatic details right now, but I would say it's something potentially to bring back or consider as we move forward without getting into the weeds right now. How about that?
Yeah, I was going to say that would be my suggestion, is we've been focused more on the other transit programs. So if this is something you want more information about, we can figure out where to work that in the work plan.
I think as we continue to develop our internal transit program, getting people into our internal transit program is going to be the next feeder step into that, I guess is my point. And this might not be the best way to do that.
Can I add a comment?
Please.
And I participate in some of the conversations around this service wearing my Placer County hat. So just clarifying, and I know Dan and Alfred at the town do a great job with the seat at the table. So for my fellow council members, but it is a kind of a chicken or the egg, because not that we're going to get super into the details, but there's only 2 runs daily from Truckee to the airport, where other locations there's 5. So we don't have a lot of people utilizing it. Therefore, we don't fund a lot. So I agree with you, Mayor, that it's worth looking at. Could we do something different to enhance it?
I think staff can take that and build it into their programs. And I thought Alfred was here, but I don't see him, but I'm sure they'll hear us. Yes. Great. Moving right along.
We're good with KTG too?
Yes. Everybody
All right.
good? Yep.
So now we're moving into the additional town programs. The first division is economic vitality. There's $227,000 to support the Truckee Visitor Center, $345,000 for the Chamber Marketing and Business Support Program. Those are both outlined in a multi-year contract, and $40,000 for a council-approved economic development programs and strategic partnerships for job growth. Those aren't necessarily identified, but we want to have funding available so that if an opportunity arises, that we have the funding available to jump on it. In housing, this does not include any of the programs like THAP, Lease to Locals, the extended rental program. I can't remember the acronym we're going with that. No, the long rooted renters. That's what it's called. Those are all in the capital improvement plan. This is just for operating side, and this includes $18,600 for 60% of the cost of a Civic Spark Fellow shared with community engagement. In short-term rentals, there is funding to pay for the annual GovOS software contract. Remember, that's a new software that we implemented pretty recently to try and improve the experience for our operators, and I think they've felt that that was successful. This does have a much better interface for the customer side. We are also including some professional service budget to hire support for auditing hotels. That's kind of beyond the scope of our existing staff. We do run audits using the GovOS software on our independent operators, and this would expand that to include hotels. And also for some funding for specialized legal services for some particularly difficult customers that we are working to get into compliance. On the community engagement front, that includes diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, as well as communications, There's 71,000 for the action plan implementation. So we're working through the draft action plan right now, which is expected to take a pause before release until we have a new DEI program manager hired. And there's 12,400 for the other half of that Civic Spark Fellow that's shared with housing, $11,000 for the town's website performance software, and also there is a project in the CIP for the branding out implementation.
Yeah, the townwide communication, I think it's townwide communication and branding. So we've built in some capacity to continue with professional videography services, some graphic design support from an outside consultant to help bolster some of the communication and provide assistance for our communications manager, who's a staff of one, so to give her a little bit of support as well.
So we're over halfway through our slides. The next section is our capital improvements, which includes changes from the workshop. So this, I don't know if you want to open for public comment.
Thank you for that heads up. We will after we get through another round of council questions. Councilmember Klostad, any questions on this slide?
Just a quick one. Are we doing just one Civic Spark this year, or is there another one in the sustainability program?
There is another one in sustainability. So one is funded jointly by solid waste and sustainability, and the other by housing and the DEI program.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Just to clarify, that's new this year. We plan on having, if we're able to get a Civic Sparks Fellow for housing in our community engagement division, that is to work on the housing equity framework.
Great. Councilmember Henderson. Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
How is the $345,000 for chamber marketing and business support spent? Do we know?
There are a variety of tasks in their scope of work. So it includes convening the workforce development subcommittee, for example, supporting internship programs, things like that, as well as outreach efforts, marketing efforts.
Truckee Jobs Collective.
Truckee Jobs
There's
Collective.
a whole contract of services in there.
Yeah, we
The
approved
contract
that.
did come to council for adoption. This is just a continuation of the ongoing annual costs.
We can resend out the contract just as a refresher. It's been a while since you approved it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Romack. Great. With that, we will open up public comment. You can comment on these slides. You can comment on capital improvement projects. You can make a public comment on anything you desire, whether we've heard about it or not yet this evening. With that said, state your name. You still have 3 minutes, and make sure the green light is on. Colleen.
Hey everybody, good evening. It's Colleen Dalton, CEO of Visit Truckee Tahoe. My only question is the marketing for TART, I think it was $37K. Is that in Truckee or is that outside of Truckee, or what's that all about? Is that internal marketing or external marketing? That's it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's Truckee's share of a larger marketing effort. So Truckee and Placer County share the marketing of the regional TART services. So some of it's for the regional service, the connections between here in Tahoe City and Kings Beach, and then some of it's for our local services like the 4th of July shuttles, the Truckee Thursday shuttles, microtransits marketed elsewhere. So it's a combination.
Great. Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Colleen. Any other public comment on anything at all? Any virtual public comments? No virtual public comment either. Great. Okay. Keep on. We're closing public comment and moving on to CIPs.
All right, so we're going to start our capital improvement discussion with CIP changes since the April meeting. As a reminder for the public, we had a pretty robust workshop in April where we went over all the capital projects that are proposed to make sure we are kind of in the right direction in terms of council's priorities. I don't know how many people we have watching, but just in case, keeping everybody fresh. So these are the changes that came out of that meeting. The first one is the Truckee Home Access Program. We added an additional $780,000 of funding from Measure K over the 5-year horizon. No, that was actually directly in fiscal year 24-25 to support additional deed restrictions due to the success of that program, and hopefully to help us meet some of our targets on deed restrictions for properties.
Just to clarify on that, that would bring the total funding up to an estimated 15 individual home purchases for next fiscal year, which I believe was what we discussed at that workshop.
Can I ask a question on this one? And I was trying to go to the CIP little box in here, but it looked like, and I made a note somewhere in my notes, we have a 1 million amount unfunded in future years of the THAP program. So are we envisioning every year we kind of look at it and adjust, or do we see the project ramping down? Or I was just curious.
Could be a little bit of each. We at this point, this program has not lost steam, and we still see a lot of interest in it. So we would like to project continuing to fund at least the level that we are at this point, based off of our Measure K revenue or projected Measure K revenue. We do have an unfunded amount. So if we were to continue at the current pace and revenue did not increase, we would likely be looking at unfunded balance and be looking for additional funding sources to support that.
I think that's where, just to elaborate a bit more, that's where the capital projects designation comes into play. That if, Measure K is going to fluctuate every year, so we do our best to estimate what those dollars are. We augment with some general funds. But if we get to the out years and it's still unfunded, you have that pot of money and the capital designations that we could go to.
Yeah, and I will remind everyone that Measure K is the additional 2% transient occupancy tax that was approved by the voters. And as we've been budgeting our transient occupancy tax very conservatively, just because it has been very volatile and hard to predict. And we had a rough first 2 quarters of the year, so we're being extra conservative. We will have an opportunity to true up the fund balance for Measure K. And, as we learn more about how transient occupancy tax collections are going, we may have an opportunity to reduce that unfunded amount in the out years, but we didn't want to project that we were going to draw on Measure K negative.
Jen, because the CIP designation is a new designation, is that a fund balance you're looking to maintain annually over the course of years? Or are we going to put at some point a min-max on there? Or what's your philosophy, seeing as I don't even think we talked about that ever?
You haven't. You're going to see the designation policy come back. So as a reminder, when we did the sustainability designation, Nikki drew up an actual designation policy that you adopted. We're going to come back and amend that and add the capital projects designation if it's directed tonight and you're supportive of that direction. And in that, define what the purpose is. I do think we should have a future conversation about minimum or maximum funding levels for our designations, just to give us some parameters. They can be fairly broad, but just to have that is some guidance for staff. I can't tell you tonight what we think that recommendation would be, but maintaining that designation would be my recommendation. Again, you're going to have some capital projects in future years that are significantly more expensive than others. We have several in here that are still unfunded that we hope to get grant funding for. If that doesn't pull through, you have this designation available that we could lean into.
Great. Appreciate you explaining that in more detail. Continue.
Next up, we have C2314 Climate Partnerships, and this includes $200,000 for the Donner Lake Bank Restoration Project, $100,000 for environmental permitting, $100,000 for a construction match, and the Truckee River Watershed Council has a $100,000 grant from the Martis Fund, so that match would help with that grant, and any remaining funds after design and permitting could go towards the construction of that Donner Lake Bank Restoration Project.
Did you want us to comment on every single one of these, or should we get through like 4 and
Okay,
then we
I'll
can
count
group
to
them
5.
together?
I'll count to 5, and if there's no,
I like it.
no, then I'll keep going.
Good,
Okay.
thank you. Please.
Additionally, on C2314, there's $40,000 to for Sierra Business Council to facilitate through the Climate Truckee Transformation Alliance. I'm sorry, the acronyms are killing me tonight. Do you want to talk about this one?
Sure. I'll step in here. This was in response to the council discussion you had in April where we were talking about how to move forward with biomass or if to move forward with biomass. So we reached out to Sierra Business Council under the umbrella of CTA, Climate Transformation Alliance, about bringing forward their energy to facilitate the conversations and have a broader look at that project. They provided a pretty high-level proposal that we would want to refine if you choose to move forward with this, but their cost estimate is $40,000. To continue to convene the partners, we would certainly have a role in that conversation, but the other partners as well as looking at private-public partnerships, sustainability, and financing options. I think we can go to the next one.
Yeah, we're gonna get to 5. We're gonna go to 5. Let's go to 5. Let's go to 5. Just hold your questions. We're gonna get 5 done at a time, and then we're gonna have questions.
Yep, and I think you only have about 5 more of these left. So let's get
Right.
through the changes from the April
keep going.
meeting, and then
Keep
we can
going.
reconvene.
Keep going.
How many so
far? 2.
2. If we go on to the next one, I think we had a little bit of unclear direction on this, but there was a conversation about continuing to add funding for dark skies. And we mentioned that with our capacity, staff capacity, we could kind of recycle what we had, but didn't really have capacity to dedicate more time to. So we reached out to Truckee Cultural District. They gave us a proposal to basically take that over. They'd be promoting the lighting rebate program as well as a number of other components to their proposal. We attached that so you had more details on that, and that's about $110,000. If we move on to the next one, again, I mentioned this during the April meeting, but it wasn't officially in the budget at that point. We have added $150,000 to the new Truckee Library CIP. That's to support the body of work associated with setting up a financing district into Placer County. If Placer County is supportive of that, doing additional polling, we'd have to do another round of polling. We did one round a year and a half ago. So we'd want to revisit that to see if there's support. There's some legal expenses that would be associated with that. That's a match from Nevada County. We understand that they've committed $150,000. We anticipate that to be right around $300,000, and then the Friends of the Library have some support that they're contributing to as well in terms of raising finances and their campaign contributions or campaign financing. TSSA $1. So there's been a little bit of discussion about that based on the Tahoe Donor Association letter that came forward to you at the last meeting. We have included, or will be included if council directs, $250,000 for the third emergency egress feasibility study, about $26,000 for 2 additional flock cameras in Tahoe Donor, as well as the analysis that goes around with that. And then $250,000 for roadside vegetation management. There was a little bit of conversation about this in wanting a roadside management project. We don't have capacity to do one in staff, but Tahoe Donor was interested in doing that themselves, and so we would essentially contract with them to provide that service and that maintenance in Tahoe Donor using TSSA $1. I mean, I guess that we're going to want to revisit this one and have some discussion, but let's go on just so you can start thinking about the last one in this category. So I mentioned when we started out, we want to have...
Actually, I might just cut you off.
You want to cut me off?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
because I think there's going to be enough questions on these 4, and we don't need to go into this actual CIP yet. That's probably a whole different type of conversation. So we have Dark Skies, Library, Tahoe Donor. What was the first one and the second one? Oh yeah, CTA and Watershed Council. So we have Watershed Council for Donner Lake. We have CTA for biomass. Dark Skies, Library, Tahoe Donner. See, that's 5. See.
What about that?
THAP? THAP was
THAP.
not what was in there. THAP was 750,000 for THAP. Sure.
780. That was the first one.
Sure. If you want to keep that in there and you have questions about that, then yes, that counts. So now we're at 6. Sorry, we exceeded our limit.
Great job, guys.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Councilmember Klofstad gets to go first. Any questions? Feel free to jump around. And depending on heightened interest in any of these 6, we can come back and have more specific deliberation on that individual item. But let's get any questions out of the way first.
So I'm a bit of a handicap because I don't see the presentation.
Oh,
so
that's a bummer.
Yeah, I know. It's a little challenging. So I think I'd rather have you guys go ahead and continue the conversation. The only one I know I will want to talk about is the TSSA funds. I'm fine with the Donner Lake, the CTA, the biomass, and I can't remember all the others.
I'm going to ask Melissa to email that to you. I'm not going to try because clearly I can't find the right presentation, but I'm going to ask Melissa to email that to you.
That would be so helpful. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll come back into the room and then we'll come back to you for any questions. Councilmember Klofstad, no problem. Councilmember Romack, no additional questions. Councilmember Henderson.
I don't know if I have questions, but I might have just like a comment. Do you want me to make those now or do you want me to hold?
Hold for just a moment,
Sure.
and then we'll go through each one and take any comments on each one as they are. Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
Do we know offhand what the funding is for the lease to locals and the rooted renters program as a comparison to THAP?
Let me pull that up.
Okay, and then while you're pulling that up on the biomass products, would this be energy products, something in addition to biochar, or heat, or electricity generation?
So I think I sent you kind of the high level bullet points that SBC put together to generate the 40,000. We don't have anything beyond that right now. It's initial conversations, so we'd have to come back to council and probably with a contract, even though it's under the authorization limit, just so that we're all clear on what direction we're moving forward.
Okay.
On that.
And then on the on the Donner Lake funding, the environmental permitting, that's environmental. There's not something environmentally different. It says environmentally. I don't know if was just a.
It's a typo.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I have an answer for you. The Lease to Locals program, our 5-year CIP budget is $4,654,965, so about 4.7 million.
Okay.
The Truckee Home Access Program budget is $9,347,725, so 9.3. And our Rooted Renters Program is $1,295,000 for the pilot.
1.3. Okay. Thank you very much.
Good for now. Yeah. So I just have a couple maybe clarifying questions. So on the CTA contract, that's basically just a contract with Sierra Business Council or the CTA to sort of continue that conversation. Anything that may or may not come out of that isn't necessarily an agenda item or a huge work plan lift for us. It would come back as a recommendation under whatever timeline is specified in that contract, whether it's 6, 12, or 18 months. It would actually come back to us at that point. We're not adding it back into the work plan as a huge amount of staff resource required.
So there still is an open item in the work plan that was implementation of the feasibility study, and we kind of landed with not knowing what we wanted to do. So I view this as moving forward that item. I think we would come back with a contract, just so we were all clear on what their work would be, and then any updates I would ask SBC to come and give to council at a future date. Certainly some staff time involved in having the conversation, but not as much, I think, if we were the lead.
Right. I guess that was more where I was going with that. dark skies for $110,000 seems like a whole lot of money for a marketing campaign. I don't know how the rest of you feel about that, but we could be housing a lot more people. We could be, in my opinion, doing a lot of other stuff with 80,000 of that and still leaving 30,000 in a dark skies marketing campaign. We're not talking about, this isn't, that 110,000 isn't actually for rebates. It's actually to just execute a campaign. Is that accurate?
Correct. We have
Okay.
the additional money
So
in
I
there
just
for the
wanna
campaign.
throw that out there, $110,000. Just wanted to clarify that was just for a marketing campaign. Quick question on the library. So how much has it cost us to sort of run the surveys and some of the ballot work that we've been doing to prepare for the two different transit ballot measures that we had that we've been contemplating? So kind of round one that happened last fall and then the current round two. What's our estimated expense on that?
Yeah, combined about 100,000.
Combined 100,000. And that was for two ballot measures. And now, and I guess give me a better idea what $300,000 for bond measure support is going to look like. What's that look like?
Sure. Unless you want to jump in, Jen.
No, I think that Dan can give you the details, but the library bond measure support is very different because it's expanding into a different area. So there's some legal costs, and you can talk through the details.
Yeah. So so the sales tax measure is within Truckee.
Yeah, I get that part.
This would feasibly be in Truckee, unincorporated Nevada County, unincorporated Placer County, and it would be a bond measure as opposed to a sales tax. So the bond measure component of it with the multi-jurisdiction component of it adds complexity. And so the way we would see it rolling out is it would start with so what we do with the sales tax measures, we'll do polling. If it looks like it's going to be successful, we'll do some public education, and then we'll put it on the ballot, and that's the kind of extent of our expenditure. With this, we would do polling. If it looks like it's going to be successful, then there's some legal and technical work, quite a lot of it, that needs to be done to create the new boundary that the bond measure would apply to. And so there's hiring surveyors to describe, it's that kind of stuff.
And I guess my question is this stepped support? So are we paying a check for $150,000 on day one, or are we looking at 3 tranches of 50 as the process moves through different stages and
Yes.
there's different support levels provided? We're just budgeting 150. If we get to the end game and everything works out wonderfully, we spend 150.
Yeah.
Is this a not to exceed 150, or are we looking at a second dip because it cost more and took longer because Placer County didn't invest anything or anything like that?
This is our current estimate of what it would take to get to a thumbs up, thumbs down by the voters.
By the voters.
Yeah.
And do we have a say if it goes on the ballot or not?
Yes.
Or we would if it goes on town of Truckee ballot, or how does that work from the rest of the county?
So the JPA that's been formed for the
Puts it on the
library
ballot.
would be the entity that would ultimately decide whether to put it on the ballot or not.
Got it.
Your JPA reps are Jen and Hillary.
Yep.
I'm highly confident that they'll be talking to you before they vote to put anything on the ballot, for the new JPA boundary.
Got it.
Yep.
Understood. And just to also clarify, I think it did come through in the question and answer, but this is in addition to the 500,000 that has already been committed up to this date.
Yeah, and that 500,000, we haven't spent much of it.
Right.
But a fair amount of it's been committed to the basically the architecture contract that's underway currently.
And who are we contracting with on this 150? Are we contracting with the Friends? Do we contract with Nevada County, or do we?
It will be it will likely be us probably taking the lead on the polling, although that still needs to be determined, just because that's something we can offer to the process. It's probably going to be Nevada County taking the lead on a lot of the legal issues associated with creating this new boundary, et cetera, because they believe they've got some staff resource within Nevada County to help move that piece along. So I think it's going to be a combination of those two things.
Great, thank you. And then last question on the Tahoe Donner slide was what I didn't see. So there was also some trail requests from Tahoe Donner. So did that stay in the CIP? And forgive me if I didn't get all the way through our 600-page document, but since you're all so familiar with it, did that contribution
I'm amazed you didn't get through it all.
stay in the CIP? I'm honestly admitting I'm right here.
These are just highlighting the changes.
The
so yes,
changes.
that stayed.
Okay, so we didn't pull from one to put in the other. And my last question, because this got answered in our council questions with regards to the HOA requirements, townwide evacuation grant models. So does that change? So let's say the town gets a grant to do a townwide evacuation model. There's James. I see him back there. Hi, James. Does that change the need for Tahoe Donner to do it? Does it augment it? I guess that was, you answered the question excellently, but you didn't necessarily provide step 2 as to what happens should the town get a full grant to do evacuation modeling, or if Tahoe Donner does their own and then we do a second round of it. What does that look like, I guess?
So utilizing the existing, good evening first.
Good evening, James. Thank you. Introduce yourself.
First opportunity to speak to you all. So the grant opportunity for evacuation studies townwide is nothing anywhere near set in stone as a likely funding source. It's a possibility for sure. Conversations to be had with Cal OES. That funding for grant was really designated for hazard mitigation plan funding, which is currently underway with Nevada County, and we're much closer there, and we'll reach that prior to be able to tap into that grant funding. So there are conversations being had with the state to utilize that for a town-wide evacuation study. So really, if we were to get both, one dedicated to Tahoe Donner beforehand would augment that project. And by no means would I believe that it would interfere with that work at all, and really could set that bar and standard for the resulting work that comes from that. And so from our standpoint, from OES, this is a strong opportunity to be able to do a lot of work that has been outlined within the safety element, both with identifying, analyzing, and mapping some of our evacuation routes in an area that has the largest number of homes and residences. So, and incredibly complex evacuating those people. So we've been able to do a lot of work, doing some informal studies using some great technology that the town is invested in. But this really can provide a really strong opportunity for an outside perspective to come in with those really targeted expertise to take a look at it and really give us and Tahoe Donner some strong recommendations on how we can improve the ability to get people out of that area and also allow emergency vehicles to access it at the same time.
Great. Thank you for that detailed explanation. Yep. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Just following up on the mayor's questions, I noticed in the written responses to questions, it said that a cost-benefit analysis of all alternatives rather than simply roadways could be included in the scope of work. What would be required to include it? And I'll just back up a little bit and say I am concerned that the study will be too blinded and not consider other ways of improving evacuation at a lower cost. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would say that, the town will be strong partners within this process. And I think all of us, both in our conversations with Tahoe Donner that we've had from this standpoint of emergency evacuation, has been to really holistically look at what's going to improve the ability to evacuate residents. And so having this be in a study done by a consultant rather than Tahoe Donner and town staff allows that opportunity for that outside perspective to give those recommendations. And then afterwards, we can take those recommendations and seeing what works best for the town, for Tahoe Donner, within our resource capabilities. But I would say that we would put a strong emphasis on not restricting the scope of this project to make sure that it can involve the best recommendations to improve evacuation. I don't know if I heard Jen down there.
Go ahead.
So the town will participate in drawing up a request for proposal or whatever it's going to be, whatever we're calling it.
Yeah, we certainly don't have the mechanics worked out, right? So this is just budgetary funding, but we would certainly be supporting that in making sure that what work is being done, the consultant that is selected is somebody that we feel comfortable with. I mean, in a lot of ways, I would describe this as potentially a good problem to have if we got a grant to do a townwide funding or evacuation plan. We have Tahoe donors that's augmenting that. It's a lot of great information for the town to move forward with.
I guess, can I ask one more quick question? If you have another one, go ahead.
I'll just wrap up saying, I don't want to see us ignoring less expensive ways of improving evacuation from Tahoe Donner.
Well, and I think what I heard James said was we're looking to improve evacuation from Tahoe Donner. I guess what I'm reflecting on is, can we change the name of this? Does this have to be called a third emergency egress feasibility study? Can this be just simply relabeled and then brought into the way that we talk about it with Tahoe Donner and an emergency feasibility study? Because what I'm hearing from both of you, what I'm hearing from James is like, communications might be $100,000. Like, improved communications might be the improved emergency access, right? It's not a third egress. And I think maybe that's what is painstaking you from an efficiency perspective. That's also what's painstaking me a little bit from getting too nitty gritty. Like, they're going to come back to us and say, we need Trout Creek now, right? And I think that's not necessarily the answer. If that's the answer, that's the answer. But I think it's larger than third emergency egress feasibility study, and maybe that's the best way. So I guess the question that I'm trying to ask is, can we simply change the name and then potentially have some bullets under it of actually what it might be used for reflected in the language that you're hearing? Either Dan or go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, we can do that. Just for clarity, I believe that Tahoe Donner's intent with this request was to look at, are there things other than the third road that we've put a lot of effort into, physical connections that could improve egress? What I've heard the council express interest in is, well, if we're going to look at, let's not just look at maybe other physical connections to improve egress, but let's look at that plus a host of other possibilities.
Right. And we'll get council to chime in on that in just a minute, just so we can make sure that there's clarity, because I don't think Jan, Vice Mayor Zabriskie, and I speak for our entire council. So let's just wait and we'll do a quick round robin there and let everybody else chime in on that. Councilmember Klostad, you've had the chance to hear our questions. Maybe you've had a chance to look at some of the slides, and if you have any questions, please chime in.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor. Yes, I did get the slide presentation. I am comfortable with all the items. If we can make that adjustment that you guys just targeted, I think that's where we all get hung up on it. You know, we really need to be looking at improving emergency egress, not just a third exit out of Tahoe Donner. As I stated in our last discussion on this, we have plenty of other subdivisions that only have two ways out. I know Tahoe Donner is our largest, but I also believe that with things like the flock cameras and other opportunities, there are ways of improving this concern without building a whole new road, which would take decades anyway.
Was there a question in there? Or are you good? That was mostly deliberation, and that's totally okay. I'm just making sure we got your questions answered.
I'm on it. I think the only real question is if maybe the dark skies, if that 110 could be broken up over maybe 2 years, perhaps it would be a little more palatable. I'm not sure if everything that they have planned for that, it needs to happen in the 24-25 calendar year, and perhaps that's a question for the cultural district.
Okay. Any other deliberation on anything that you heard or questions on any of the projects in front of you, Councilmember Klostad? Shaking your head? No? Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Henderson, we're done with questions. Feel free to ask more questions, but we're going to move into anything that you heard that you want to comment on that might change what was on the slides in front of you.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm very comfortable with THAP. I think we talked about that at length previously. I think it's the right decision given all of our housing goals. Similarly comfortable on climate partnerships and the work down at Donner Lake. We've made that a big focus. It really is a jewel for our community. I think that investment makes a lot of sense. CTA, I don't need to belabor that one. I'm also very supportive of. Dark skies, you all know this is a passion for me, and I do have a few comments that I want to talk through because I've actually reviewed the cultural district's proposal. So one, I'll just say that saying $110,000 for a marketing campaign is a bit of an oversimplification based on what they've actually proposed. They have broken down the costs within the proposal based on marketing and education, on events. This is a year-long campaign that is going to bring us all the way through International Dark Sky Week in 2025. I recognize that it does, $110,000. It's a big investment. We spent about, Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, about $125,000 last year. Did that include the rebates in it? And if so, what portion were the rebates within that?
Yeah, we're about $125,000 for this effort of awareness between the fall and the spring campaign, and that includes $50,000 for the rebate program.
Great.
Outside of the administering that program through SBC, that's a different cost, but the rebates themselves is $50,000.
Perfect, thank you. And I just had the proposal pulled up and now it doesn't want to load. So maybe Jen, if you have it handy, you could just sort of answer the question of that cost breakdown that I think Mayor Pallavi, you asked, what is the actual cost breakdown? I think it was about $40,000 for marketing, education, and outreach. There's a chunk of funding for events specifically. I'll also note that all of the marketing, education, and outreach they've proposed is bilingual in both English and Spanish. I think this is, quite frankly, like I know they're really excited about it. I've talked with Kelly Cutler about it. I think this will be a much bigger initiative with bigger impact. Would I love to see it stay, at Town Hall? Part of me would, but we don't have the capacity. And they're already working with other partners throughout the county, in conversations with the Washoe tribe and others. So to me, this is very much a worthwhile investment. And I think we're actually going to see much more come out of it. But again, I can't get the proposal to load at the moment.
I have it up. How much is still going to, how much over this period is going to still be available for rebates, I guess is the question that gets me there.
So it's a little bit hard to predict. We have the $50,000 and we were planning to end that at the end of December or come back and ask for more money depending on the popularity. So you could have money available. You could choose to add more funds to that rebate program if it is very popular. Councilmember Henderson, I think you covered really the categories, and I'm pulling it up myself to get some of the breakouts.
It's 45,000 marketing and outreach, 15 events and workshops, 15 art exhibitions, 20 for performances and partnerships, 10 for educational materials, and miscellaneous has 5.
And I'll also say that, we might be able to go back and have a conversation with the cultural district because the focus is expanding. The county has sort of jumped on and is tagging along on the work that we've catalyzed here, which I think is amazing. And the proposal also talks about, being able to do things throughout the county. So I think it would also be reasonable to go back and see if there are any other funding contributions from the county or other partners who are going to, who are interested in the campaign and will benefit from it as well. So I just wanted to sort of say, I think that that's an option. Jen, if you think that's an option, and maybe that drives that 110,000 down a bit.
We certainly can do that. This would have to come back to council for a contract authorization, and we could get more details or refine this based on direction.
So those are sort of my, and I'm just going to keep going through just to
Yeah,
finish
yeah,
up.
Yep.
So my comments on dark skies, I also appreciate your comment. We could take 80,000 of that and put it towards housing. I absolutely, yes, that is absolutely true. I think we're making tremendous investments in housing, as reflected in, the millions that we saw on one of our first slides. And the reality is, if we don't protect our natural environment and our dark skies, and we're full of light pollution, I don't know if people will be as excited to live here, quite frankly. Like, we have to also protect our natural environment. So to me, it's very much a priority, and I'm supportive of it, and would also be supportive of seeing if other funding partners would be willing to contribute, given the countywide focus. I'm going to move on from that one just for the sake of time. The library, I am incredibly supportive of. Thank you to Kath and April for being here tonight. There's just been so much community support around this project. The county and the town continue to step up to fund this, and really meaningful work is happening. We have another working group that's kicking off later this week, which will go over the next 6 months. So there's just been tremendous progress around this, and I'm very supportive of the additional funding on this one. I have a feeling we're going to end up talking maybe a little more on Tahoe, Donner, but I also support your call to maybe rename it and make it a little bit more explicit. We can go into that one in more detail. That's it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
I agree with Councilmember Henderson.
On all fronts. Thank you. Councilmember Romack, we're not going to give him another chance. So
Thought I was going to get a chance to drink some water.
No.
This one's on the screen, so I appreciate staff already changing Tahoe Donner Emergency Evacuation Improvement Study. Great on the fly staff work. So yeah, I support the earlier conversation and changes to looking more broad than just one route. THAP and CTA, and those are all good. Library, move forth. Dark skies. Mayor Pallavi, I understand what you're saying, and I do agree. It's a lot of money, and even if we're just saying, okay, 110,000 would go towards outreach efforts, would some of that be better spent on THAP or rooted renters or things like that too? And so I appreciate the idea of looking to maybe our partners to fund some of that, because I pulled it up too. The art exhibitions performance it really seems like that could be other ways where we could get people involved to support that. And then I do think back to the forest fire exhibit at the rec center, how having that art on display did helped me personally learn more about it. So I could see there is value in art. So if we could get that number down a little bit, that'd be great, and encourage them to find some additional partners. That would be my recommendation on that one.
Great. My personal recommendation, and then I'll maybe reflect a little bit on what we heard. So I support everything that was in front of us. Let me say that to start with. The Dark Skies campaign, I'd be much more comfortable with 50,000 in year one as well as just a starting point. I'd like to get to the end of the year and see what our rebate uptick was, and even see if we used all of our rebates. And I'd like to have a better picture of what that looks like more holistically, because if we're going to spend over a year at $110,000, but we don't have any rebate dollars, then to me that also isn't totally congruent. So I would rather see a shorter term, smaller contract, and I don't know if I heard majority for that, but I think I maybe at least heard 3 to 4 for maybe slightly lower amounts. What you were in favor of at least splitting it up into 2 years is what I heard. Is that correct?
I don't think I said that.
Okay.
I
got you, Anna. 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
No, you keep going.
Oh, okay.
You keep going.
I think last year, if we spent about $125,000 on the fall and spring campaign, that included 50,000 sort of for the rebate specifically. So we spent, 75,000 between the two sort of discrete campaigns that lasted a few weeks each. This is a year-long campaign that they're talking about rolling out and implementing, right? So the funding to me actually doesn't strike me as way off base, because they're not just doing two sort of mini discrete MEO, marketing, education, and outreach campaigns. They're doing a year-long campaign, and it's not just marketing, education, and outreach. It's all of the events, it's the public art, it's all of the partnership development. I do think it is a much bigger lift, what is being proposed. I think a couple of options are asking if any of the other agencies in the county who are interested, like the county's already lifting their own dark skies, right? Sort of tagging onto what we're doing, seeing if there's any funding availability there. I think that's an option. I think another option potentially is to talk to the cultural district and say, hey, we really want to do this. It's a little high this first year. Are there some ways where potentially we limit the scope? Like maybe we pull out one of those budget
And so maybe
lines.
just to bring everybody back, and I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm trying to, so this is a budget. So we're either saying your high end is 110, or we're saying your high end is 75, or we're saying we can say your high end is 110, and you guys can all say that. I don't support that, is all I'm saying. I support a high end for the next fiscal year of like 55, and if they want to do all of this, then they can go get partners, right? I think that's more where our job is not to say go get partners and then come back to us with the projects. It's to say this is our contribution regardless of what you plan to do. So what I'm looking to hear from the rest of you is, do you want to keep the number at 110 the way that it is, or for at least the next fiscal year, are you looking to diminish that number? And all we're doing here at budget is to say, what's the maximum contribution we're willing to make without going into like all of those details. So can I hand it back to you maybe with that lens?
That's great framing. I appreciate that. Thank you. I support this. We started something. We need to see it
So
through.
you support 110, leaving it in there.
I do.
Councilmember Klofstad, you're chomping at the bit. Please speak.
No, thank you very much, Mayor. I also support the 110 cap. I see this as having a lot of co-benefits, including branching into our DEI goals, but also having Councilmember Romack remind me of the forest fire exhibit. This is a technical issue, and art is going to be a great way to bridge that technical barrier. And so I'm supportive of the 110.
Great. So unless there is unless the three of us are unsupportive, Vice Mayor Zabriskie, where are you at with this?
Well, this started out as a town project, and we say we're handing it over to the Truckee Cultural District. So I'm a little hesitant to hand it over and then tell them to go find a partner.
This was
from the
choice,
from the way Councilmember Henderson described it, it sounds like it's a one-year project, not a 2-year project. And I get the sense that you want to have a certain amount of exposure occurring at a certain frequency, so you can't really spread it out over 2 years. Long way of saying I'm at the 110,000 recommended.
And I would only counter that argument, even though I heard support, is that marketing should go on for 10 years if it's truly an investment that we're looking to make in our community. So that's why I was talking about spreading it out and not hitting on a 110 year in year one and then we're done and we leave it. But we can continue to fund it after that. So it's okay. We have majority
Leave that
support
for next
the
year's
110.
budget conversation.
Totally, 100%.
I was hoping.
And then my only other comment
I was hoping
was
we'd be done after a year.
we'd be done. You're not supposed to talk privately, Vice Mayor Zabriskie. Otherwise, the library, I am still supportive of the library. I was just trying to understand in my questioning what the stepping stones are, and that we're not, just understanding how that process moves forward. This will be the 5th ballot measure that Councilmember Klofstad and I potentially vote on. And so I'm just super concerned as to how all of that starts to stack up over the years. And as I understand it, and I really appreciate the answers, Dan, and look forward to seeing what those results bring back and how we continue to propose that. So it sounds like the only change that we are making to these 5 slides is the slight language change which staff has already made. Does staff need any other clarification on any of these items before we leave these 5 items? And before you get too crazy, Dan, seeing as it's 7:30, I think we should take a 10-minute break at this point. It is 7:31 by the back clock. We will reconvene at 7:40, and we're going to make sure that everybody, Councilmember Henderson is going to be leaving at 8 o'clock on the dot. And what else did you want to say before we take a quick break?
Just very quickly to tee this up so you're thinking about it at the break. This is really an open discussion. There was a lot of conversation about prioritization with Jaboom Bridge and Church Street, and the West River parking lots.
Yes.
We came up with some creative solutions, I think, for the other areas. We can talk about some trade-offs here, but we haven't changed the prioritization currently in the budget.
Okay.
So this will
This is our
be
warning before the break.
right. This will be a conversation based on the tours that you've done, any additional thought you've had, and really understanding what starting this looks like, if that's still the prioritization.
Thank you very much. We will continue to take a 10-minute break, and we will reconvene now at 7:42 by the back clock for those 2 minutes that staff took from the break. Thank you. Attention, attention. Anna, do we have Anna back? Yes, we do. Yay. Okay, we're good. We are reconvening. Dan Wilkins, take it away.
Thanks.
With your fancy GIS.
Yeah, so if you'll bear with me for what'll hopefully only be about 5 minutes to provide kind of context and everything we've got going on here in the downtown area. So we currently have in our budget 8 major projects in or immediately adjacent to downtown Truckee. So we've got the Truckee River Legacy Trail Phase 4, which is in active construction right now. The limits of that are from Hilltop all the way over to the Placer County boundary. We, as you all know, we set the bridge across the Truckee River last week. There's more trail work, a little more utility work to be done. We expect this project to be complete in late summer, early fall, and then after that, like after we cut the ribbon on it, things that you don't necessarily see is there's usually about 6 months worth of project closeout activities that happen afterwards to get grant funding reimbursed, get all of our project files consolidated, and a lot of other things that go on kind of after the bulldozers leave the construction site. So we've got that as an active project right now. The other active project we've got from a construction standpoint is the West River Streetscape project. So we're in year 2 of that. We expect that project to basically carry through until the snow falls. We're hopeful that that will be 100% complete. If it's not 100% complete, what we believe will be left is mostly work for the utility providers to do, because they need to come back in once we put all the conduit in and then put the wires underground, and that's a kind of a separate mini project in and of its own that we don't do, but that we're involved with coordinating. So that's active right now. And so those 2 projects are taking up quite a lot of project management resource to keep them moving. We're also today starting the West River Street Park project. So that's not active to the casual person driving by, but it will be in about a week in terms of seeing activity there. And then that's that project, the bulk of the dirt work and the site work will be completed this summer. There's a restroom that's being installed as part of that project. That's likely going to happen next spring because those precast restrooms tend to be long lead time items. So project will likely be completed in the site work should be done this year. The restroom placement would be into next year. Another thing we've got going on downtown that's in the construction phase is we've got the mobility hub over here in the rail yard. We did all the site work last year. The restroom got set 2 weeks ago, and that's got a fair amount of project closeout activity that needs to be completed with that. We've got another project over there, basically phase 2 of the mobility hub, which would add a parking lot adjacent to the transit area, as well as adding electrical vehicle charging infrastructure. So that project's in development. The goal for that is to get it out to construction this late summer and then get it built this fall. There is a possibility that pushes out into next summer. So that's what's going on in terms of active construction work. And then work that's in our budget that hasn't started yet, but that's within our current 5-year plan is I think there's 5 or 6 projects in that category. So one of them, so I'll zoom in and hopefully not mess this up. So this is Truckee Tire. This is the West River Park site. So part of the West River Streetscape project design we had put together had included a parking lot in this area because of some uncertainties regarding development, and quite frankly because of the need to get the West River Street Park project out. The parking lot project was kind of sidelined to be a future phase of the West River Street project. So this is a project that's in your current budget to start project development work on over the course of the next year. So that's another thing. And some of that's driven by the parks here. There's been a lot of interest in the neighborhood and concern about spillover parking into the neighborhood. So some of the thinking was that if we get this parking lot on the schedule, it's a relatively light lift by downtown project standards, in that we already own the right-of-way. We've got a pretty good idea of what we want to accomplish there, and we don't have a lot of kind of outside influence. We don't have, like with the West River Streetscape project, 35 individual property owners to coordinate with as it relates to the project design on the frontage of their buildings. So that project is in your budget, and again, from a project management resource standpoint, is relatively straightforward. Another project that's in your budget is a feasibility study for a railroad track crossing in this general area. So this is something that's been in our downtown specific plan. It's come up, it's kind of comes up on again, off again, through multiple kind of venues as time goes on. I think most recently there's been some discussion of this project as part of the R2SC work. We got a $340,000 grant recently that has an expiration date of summer 2026. And the idea would be to work with the railroad, the downtown business community, and other stakeholders to figure out what is realistic, if anything, in terms of getting another pedestrian connection in this part of town. The railroad has made it very clear that an at-grade crossing is not in the cards. We do think that a part of that study should include discussion of an at-grade crossing, because that question will continue to come up of why don't you just do an at-grade crossing? And I think there's going to be some value in having looked at it and identified what some of the constraints or prohibitions are on that, and getting them documented so that when that question inevitably continues to come up, we've got kind of well-defined answers for it. So then that's going to leave an option of either an overcrossing or an undercrossing. An overcrossing is, either one is probably feasible, but we're not sure how feasible, because the whole trick is you got to maintain live rail traffic while you're building either one of these things. Undercrossing is probably going to be more user-friendly in the long run, in terms of not asking people to walk 30 feet up and cross and 30 feet down, but it would be probably harder to build. So and keep live rail traffic in place. So getting a little deep on that project, but because we've got a lot of our strategy on projects, especially in the downtown area, is to identify them, get them on the radar, and then engineering staff puts a lot of effort into grant applications. And then sometimes we get grant applications that hit, sometimes not. Like the West River Street project, we've got about $2 million worth of outside funding we've accumulated towards that project. The Legacy Trail project, we acquired about $6 million from the Land Trust, was their share of that $14 million project. So it's not uncommon for our strategy to be identify these projects, try to shop them for funding, and then when funding hits, oftentimes that's what will kind of be like, okay, that's the next one we're working on, because we've got this amount of time to get this money spent before we lose it. So anyway, enough on the grade, the new pedestrian crossing project. Another project we've been working on for 4+ years is improvements at the Bridge Street at-grade crossing, as well as installation of traffic signals at West River and Brockway Road and Bridge Street and Commercial Row. That's about an $8 million project. We've spent a lot of time working with the California Public Utilities Commission, the Federal Railroad Administration, Union Pacific Railroad, and a bunch of utility providers to advance this project. We were also successful, really, with Jen and Hillary's leadership in getting $1 million through Senator Alvarado Gil and some of the legislative process to help out with funding on that. That funding is good till June of 2027, which is when we're supposed to have that expended. That's about a $7 to $8 million total investment there. That's one where if we set it down now and tried to pick it up in a few years, we would probably be kind of stepping backwards a ways because a lot of the third parties that we're working with on that may change and become new faces, which then can cause things to go backwards. Sometimes consultants that are helping us like have staffing turnover, those kinds of things. So you can kind of lose, if you stop momentum on these kind of things, you can sometimes kind of go backwards and sometimes significantly. So that's another project that's I would refer to as kind of being passively worked on. And when I say passively, it's, we're spending money on it, but our project management resources are spread thin right now. So that, we've got to focus on making sure the active construction projects get through that phase, and that we can, so what happens is when we get thin on project management resources, construction always takes priority, and then design gets kind of deprioritized temporarily until we can get back to it. So this is in the somewhat deprioritized mode right now, but there's still work being done on it. Another project that I'll jump to, and so and these ones that I'm talking about right now are ones that we're recommending in the budget for active work in the next year. So the parking lot project, continued work on the Bridge Street at-grade project, getting the park project built and getting that closed out, getting the West River Street project built, getting that closed out, getting the Legacy Trail built, getting that closed out. And then starting the parking lot design probably later in the season to be poised, probably not for next summer to build it, but for the summer after that. So then another project in that category that we're suggesting we start on is the Trout Creek Restoration Project. So we've got about $250,000 as a result of a recent agreement with Lahontan that it hasn't even been executed, but we believe will be, to finish the last phase of the Trout Creek restoration work. So Trout Creek Restoration Project, we started about 20 years ago. It was a project that started with a new crossing underneath Donner Pass Road. It used to be a small box culvert that anytime we had a 10-year or more flood event caused flooding in the downtown area. So we put in a box culvert there, got rid of the most severe flooding problem. And then since then, we've gotten grant funding for subsequent phases of that, where we tore out the concrete channel between Donner Pass Road and the end of the Catholic Church property, and replaced that with a kind of a rock channel and a more natural bottom instead of a concrete flume. Similarly, downstream, we basically replaced Trout Creek, which was pretty much a ditch, and we converted it into a low-flow channel with adjacent floodplain. So this area right here, that's a project we did about 12, maybe 14 years ago that has really kind of set the tone for what this project that we did last year is going to look like once the vegetation grows in. So what we've got, because these things are tricky, is we've got a remaining section of Trout Creek that's in a concrete flume that starts right about here, and you can kind of see it. There's the flume, and then this is where it widens out into a something that's a little bit better from an environmental standpoint. Got a bridge here, got another flume section, got a bridge here, and then we get back into what's not a totally natural section, but something that's not a concrete flume. So this is our last remaining section of the Trout Creek restoration work. Pretty complicated from a construction standpoint, would require us to get a bunch of additional design funding. But again, this is a project we're suggesting that we activate over the course of the next year as those project management resources come available from the other construction projects. So then we've got two other projects that we spent a lot of time talking about at the last council meeting where we discussed budget. One is the Jaboom Street sidewalk project, which would basically, the goal is to connect a sidewalk from Bridge Street up to the new development. Well, not really the new development, basically up to the Truckee Cemetery. So sidewalk in that corridor. We've done some preliminary work on that. We see two basic options to pull that off. One is a kind of a heavy engineering approach where we build some pretty significant retaining walls and do some fairly significant utility work to basically add a sidewalk onto the existing two-lane roadway of Jaboom Street, and we keep Jaboom Street a two-lane road. The other option would be to convert Jaboom Street to a one-way street and then use the space freed up by the travel lane that we would no longer be using and use that as the platform for the curb gutter sidewalk. So it would significantly reduce the cost of a project like that, but it creates an alternative travel pattern and probably more public interest in the project. So those are the two basic options. This is a project that we've worked on and off for a number of years. But it's one of those where when we get heavy into construction mode and we have to deprioritize something, because of resources, this has been one that has gotten deprioritized a number of times because of that. A couple other considerations with that. This bridge that would be replaced as a part of the Church Street project is, if we're trying to keep this a two-way street, this bridge needs to be wider, as part of the Trout Creek restoration project. That bridge could be made wider. It doesn't mean that this whole project would have to stay on hold for the Trout Creek project. It just means that potentially you couldn't do all of it. You could build sidewalk in some of the area, but not all the way to Bridge Street. And then you could keep this a two-way street, and then you could, if this bridge gets replaced at some point in the future, then make the sidewalk connection then. So there's a couple different ways to approach that. I think in an ideal world, if we could get the creek work done, get the bridges to the proper width to accommodate the sidewalks we're going to need in the future, that would be a logical approach to that project. Other things we're going to need to think about is, typically when we've built new sidewalks, we've made a prerequisite that the adjacent property owners form an assessment district to fund the maintenance of those sidewalks. That's primarily been in our commercial areas where commercial property owners are arguably getting a much more significant benefit of the walkability of the street. Here we don't have we don't really have any commercial property fronting this corridor. It's mostly residential, and a lot of it's residential that's kind of on that gains access from other roadways. So my suspicion is that when we build this sidewalk, if we're not likely going to get a maintenance assessment district passed for it, and we're probably going to need to be comfortable that because of the unique situation and the unique circumstances and the non-commercial nature of this, that we would just add this to the town maintenance priorities and have a rationale for doing that. If some of the folks that are paying into assessment districts are wondering why we're doing that, I think the rationale would be because it's a different kind of street. So anyway, those are some of the issues we would need to work through on that project. Issues we can work through, we're not afraid to, it just takes time. So, and then another project that's kind of in the mix, these are all in our 5-year program, right? It's just a question of when we start which project. So another one that's in the mix is this Jaboom Street, Bridge Street, Church Street project, which is basically it's a streetscape project similar to what's being implemented on West River Street. Sorry for all the zooming in and out. So, yeah, what's that? Yeah. So we've got Jaboom Street here, Bridge Street here, Church Street here, and that's the kind of the primary remaining area of our downtown commercial district that doesn't have improved street edges at the moment. So the idea behind that project would be to build curb gutter sidewalk, rearrange some parking on Church Street, same thing on Bridge Street, same thing on Jaboom Street. With all the other streetscape projects we've done, in town, again, a prerequisite has been to form a maintenance district for those projects. I would think we would want to hold to that approach here. I think if we chose not to do that, there would be significant questions from all the other maintenance districts that have been formed as to why here we're paying for the maintenance and elsewhere we're not. And I'm not sure we'd have a great answer for that. So we might be able to come up with one, but it's probably not as straightforward as the Jaboom Street corridor. There is more residential on some of these frontages. It's not as dominated by commercial activity as some of the other areas are, but it is kind of that downtown core area. So with that, we at the staff level at least, we had a pretty good read on the other streetscape projects that we've done, that the attractiveness of improving the street to the adjacent property owners would leverage the creation of the maintenance district, because ultimately they're the ones that decide whether it gets formed or not. The makeup and use types along Church Street, Bridge Street, Jaboom Street, I'm not certain that a standalone maintenance district in that area would be successful. I don't know that. The only way you find out is you spend the couple of years to create a maintenance district structure and you put it to the voters and then they vote on it and it either is thumbs up or thumbs down. The other issue with that is because of the way we've approached these projects, we currently have a maintenance district in Brickletown. We've created a new one on West River Street. The rail yard has its own maintenance district. This would be a fourth maintenance district, and then we hear on again, off again interest of possibly a maintenance district on Commercial Row, which would create 5. If a person were coming in and saying what makes sense in terms of long-term maintenance funding down here, I don't think 5 separate maintenance districts, one for each block, is what the recommendation would be. I think what would make more holistic sense is if there were a single downtown maintenance district, or possibly 2, with the rail yard being the new area and then a separate one for all the existing downtown areas that stood alone. So that's another, I think, consideration that would come along with at least this Jaboom Street, Bridge Street, Church Street project is, are we going to try to create are we going to just break precedent and just say, heck with it, we'll just maintain these and kind of bypass that whole ongoing maintenance funding complication? Are we going to try to create a singular standalone maintenance district for that? Or would we potentially want to look at this as a time to pursue a larger kind of downtown as a whole maintenance district? That is its own separate animal, from the streetscape project. That would be a relatively heavy lift. Historically, it's been engineering staff that have created these maintenance districts. It doesn't necessarily have to be, it could be that there could be other folks in the town or other types of individuals that could pursue that, probably with some technical support from engineering and whatnot. But so anyway, a lot of background, maybe a little too much into the detail on what is going to be involved with these projects when they're implemented. This Bridge Street, Jaboom Street, Church Street project, I would estimate you're probably looking at 5 to 7 years before you complete construction on that from when you start it. And that's assuming that this maintenance district conversation is running somewhat concurrent, but and maybe with something other than the engineering project manager leading that effort, especially if it's a downtown-wide maintenance district. This Jaboom Street sidewalk project up the hill, that's probably 3 to 5 years to actually get that, from getting serious about working on it as a top priority to getting it to implementation. I would say the Church Street project is probably in that 5-year window from starting it to actually getting something completed there. So I know there was interest by the council in, gee, what opportunities do we have to potentially advance the Jaboom Street, Bridge Street, Church Street project? We're probably competing with these other activities downtown, right? In terms of because part of what's driving this is capacity, at the staff level to start working on these things. So, it's not a trade-off we're recommending, but we could, the project manager that's working on the Bridge Street project, if they didn't kind of continue working on that in earnest, they could be diverted to this other project, but then that leaves that Bridge Street project languishing and pushed out indefinitely. The Jaboom Street one-way project, you could potentially just say, hey, we're not going to work on the Trout Creek work, and instead prioritize the Jaboom Street project. That could put that that $250,000 that's part of that Lahontan agreement. We might end up having to forego that. Maybe not the end of the world, and that's a multi-million-dollar project, but every little bit counts, and we always try to maximize third-party funding sources. We could potentially not start or not work on this new pedestrian crossing project over here, but again, we would need to forego that grant money, and then what that means to future grant opportunities, it depends, but sometimes if you get a grant, you don't use it, that'll count it'll count against you in the future for other pursuits of outside funding. So again, we've got a lot going on downtown. Our 5-year plan has us working on all of this stuff, right? Some sooner than others, and I think maybe I can stop talking now and kind of kick it back to the council. I just wanted to kind of give you guys a sense as to some of the interplay that's going on here. And then other things to think about are community capacity in the downtown area for how much construction, how often, how many years in a row is realistic. And then a lot of these have pretty heavy high touch in terms of project development, and kind of what's the capacity just for public meetings on railroad crossings and at-grade crossings and sidewalk projects and one-way streets and those types of things. So I think all that stuff comes into play when we've got, again, these 8 significant projects within about a half square mile that we're trying to work on in what we believe is a logical order. So with all that said, we're not recommending we change anything from what we presented to you at your council meeting a few weeks ago, and hopefully this provides a little color as to why.
Just for the record, Dan, you should never preface anything you say with "I only need 5 minutes."
Thought maybe I'd get cut off less quickly, but
Yeah, no, we were trying. We let you do your thing. Councilmember Klostad, do you have any questions? So did you have any other slides, or are we just continuing on with CIPs? What you presented us is what you presented us, and we are either going back to what we talked about last time, and just to review that, some of the notes. Sorry, Councilmember Klostad, we'll come back to you in just one second, but let's maybe just have a little framing. There was a lot of talk with postponing some of the parking lots, trying to move forward with some of the other downtown projects like Jaboom, Church Bridge, etc., and sort of where all that lies. I think what council just heard was staff sticking to their recommendations, basically, as presented at the last time, based on generally the human resources and the community capacity that exists to talk about these. So with that, any questions? I did that in less than 5 minutes, just for the record.
And I think we should, just to clarify, and it's slightly nuanced, we couldn't come up with any creative solutions to make a different recommendation.
Yeah.
And so it was really focused more on where do you consider starting this? Because in some ways, as we thought about it, we think we kind of are starting that work, but maybe not the way you want to.
Sure. No, and I think I hear you loud and clear. I won't speak for the rest of our council, but just also for the public, Council Members Zabriskie, or Vice Mayor Zabriskie, Klostad, and Romack took a downtown tour. I had a very lengthy conversation with Dan. I don't know if I don't think Courtney ever got to her tour, but has a lot of background briefing as well. So now back to council. Councilmember Klostad, do you have any additional questions on this?
Thank you very much. And yeah, that was a very informative walk of that area. Very helpful to understand the dynamics of that. Jen, did you have some ideas about how to begin the potential CFD process?
Do you mean the consolidation of all of the CFDs? Potential ideas, no. I mean, I think there's some possibility as we have some staff members coming back off of leaves to maybe spread that out a little bit, but we don't have that planned out. That would be a discussion. Is that starting? Do you want to prioritize that? That in and of itself is a big conversation.
Okay, so probably better suited for our work plan. Then the Jaboom Street project, if that, not our project, but the housing project, that would be required to do at least a good portion of those improvements on one side of Jaboom Street, correct?
Yes, typically we would require frontage improvements as a part of a development like that.
Okay, but we have no idea what the timing of that development is at this time?
They're continuing to work on their application. Danielle could probably speak to a little more detail on the status of it. Even if an application were approved within the next year, that whether the developer moves forward or not we're never quite certain about that and on what their timing is.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
So in terms of projects where construction hasn't started, there's two on West River, right? The parking lot and then the feasibility study for the railroad crossing.
Yes.
And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 over more in the area of downtown. The Ridge Street signals with the improvements going across the tracks.
Those, we're actively working on that on the design front.
Okay.
It's not in construction, but there's a lot of work happening.
Okay. Trout Creek Restoration Project. The Jaboom Street, one with two options, on the hill, the slant coming down from the apartments to Alibi Ale. And then Jaboom Church Bridge Street, those streetscape improvements. And right now, what's the order in which you have development and construction planned on those?
So what we're suggesting is the Bridge Street traffic signals and at-grade crossing, keep working on that. That we do the feasibility study of the track crossing project, the pedestrian crossing project, and that we initiate the Trout Creek restoration work. So that's all work we're suggesting either occur or start occurring over the next year.
And then I think Councilmember Zabriskie, we're also adding when we have work on the other projects started, so 27, 28 is predicted for Jaboom Street sidewalk feasibility study and improvements, and then for Bridge, Church Street, Jaboom Street, streetscape improvements, 26, 27 for design.
Okay, and then where's the parking lot fit in on West River Street?
So we're suggesting that we could start design on that over, probably late in this upcoming fiscal year.
And then for me, the question on priorities is what provides the greatest community benefit at the least cost, and it's hard to estimate the cost and burden.
Yeah, and I'd suggest there's maybe also a timing component. So like the railroad crossing feasibility study, that's a $340,000 cost, but that's just to figure out what the long-term plan is. And that's probably another 5 to 10 year project to actually implement that. That's not in our CIP. I suspect the parking lot on West River Street is likely a $2-ish million project. The Trout Creek restoration work, that's probably going to be 5 to 7 million. There's a couple bridges in there and some pretty tricky construction. I suspect the Jaboom Street sidewalk kind of up the hill, you're probably in the $7 to $10 million range there by the time you're done if you maintain two-way flow. Maybe a third to a half of that if you don't. This Jaboom Street, Bridge Street, Church Street project, you'll probably be into that for 15 million-ish by the time that's done. These Bridge Street signals and at-grade crossing, that's probably 8+ million total.
And then for the community facility district, the one we're talking about is Church, Jaboom, Bridge Street, streetscapes.
If you do a standalone.
And yeah.
Whether that passes or not, I don't know. I don't know if a downtown-wide CFD would pass, quite frankly.
Yeah, well, Jaboom Street coming down from Ridge Apartments, that's not going to be a...
I'm hard-pressed to see a community facility district pass for that project.
Right.
But I think there's the unique nature of that corridor probably creates a rationale for the town just to fund that maintenance.
Okay, then I'm wondering what is the effect if we put off the parking lot on West River Street, lower the priority on that, and the feasibility study for the railroad crossing, essentially the two things on West River.
Let's see, if we got rid of those two, you could probably trade those two out for, working on either starting this Jaboom Street project up the hill, putting more effort into that. That's probably the effective trade-off there. I'm just thinking about the personnel resources and when they come available. This Jaboom Street, Bridge Street, Church Street project's pretty complex. And that kind of get into senior level personnel versus junior level personnel and who can take the lead. So I'd say, yeah, probably that's that additional stuff on West River. If you just didn't do that, walked away from the grant funding over there, you could probably trade that out for the Jaboom Street project. Becky, does that sound fair?
Yeah, I agree with that. I was thinking the same thing.
Okay, and it's 300,000 on the railroad crossing.
It's 340 is the grant funding we've got.
Is what we'd be walking away from.
Yeah.
If we.
And then whether or not there's any, shame on you guys, you didn't use the grant funding kind of stuff.
Impacts to that.
Yeah. Who's it from? Is it from Caltrans or who? The federal government or?
It's state funding. It's a sustainable communities funding. It's planning funding from the Caltrans. It's the same funding we use for Innovate Gateway.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, those are my questions.
I have a question on the Jaboom Street sidewalk feasibility study. There is a line item for $25,000 for this fiscal year. What is that for?
I'll let Becky.
That's really just to sort of wrap up, get it to a good spot. There's some final edits to make to do on the plan. Maybe do a document that summarizes it all. Do some additional counts just to get some data and just sort of kind of button it up so that we can set it aside.
It stops short of the public process that would come along with, do we want to make this a one-way street or not? Because we have been doing some work on it, but it's very on again, off again. So it would be compiling the technical data, putting it in a good sitting down spot, but not doing the public outreach that would come along with that final decision of one way or two way, because that would be a significant resource investment to do that.
Got it. Thank you. And then the downtown rail pedestrian crossing, that would be this fiscal year you're doing that feasibility study as recommended.
Yeah, we actually went through an RFP process to try to find consultants for that. And so we're like,
moving forward.
we're working on it, but we haven't hired anyone yet. You know, we could, if we were going to stop, this would be a good time to do it, not after we hire a consultant. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then I know this is more work plan, but you know, it even came up today talking about parking. Again, we have talked about looking at our parking management program in downtown. Is that on the table? I know that's not a CIP, but for a timeline on that?
I believe it's in the next fiscal year work
Next
plan.
fiscal year, okay. Just again, thinking from a community capacity standpoint, that would definitely be a lot of the same people thinking about a lot of this stuff.
Yep.
Okay. I think that was everything for now. Take it away, Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I think just building on your question, it's a little bit of, you know, is there capacity to have multiple conversations at one time, right? Is there an opportunity to have at the same meeting a downtown circulation meeting that talks about Jaboom Street going one way or two ways, that, you know, and there's a station over there talking about that, and then there's a station over here talking about our railroad crossing going over, under, or at grade, and then there's another station over there that talks about a benefit assessment district for the entire downtown, and what does that look like, and does it cost me more or less if I'm on West River Street because now we have a higher capacity, right? So I guess, you know, we've always done everything in isolation. You know, it's only one thing at a time ever. I mean, just what does that look like to have multiple conversations once you get everything? I feel like Bridge Street is done. I feel like we need to keep that moving. Personally, I'm not looking to rearrange anything there. That to me is a conversation that's already been had. But some of these other conversations, like, it's not a 2-hour meeting to talk about an over, under, or at grade railroad crossing from a public process, is it? What does staff think? I mean, I know you're shaking your head, yes, but if we had 4 meetings that all contained all 4 of those things, like, does that work? Just from a public involvement in order to get that kind of input.
Maybe. So one thing I'd say is, So I would say we have been implementing these projects. We've been implementing our downtown specific plan in phases. But everything we're doing here is consistent with kind of that master vision out of our downtown specific plan. And the reason we're doing it in phases is because trying to do it all at once as one single project is infeasible. So then it's a question of how much do you aggregate or disaggregate. And you can try to combine multiple projects.
I'm just talking about community conversations, right? Like a community impact. I'm not talking about construction impacts or actual building these projects all at the same time. Let me be really clear. I'm talking about how do we talk to the community without every single year going to the community with one tiny little piece of the downtown, but you know, it's the same as the R2SC, right? It's like, what does that whole thing look like? They can talk about the railroad crossing over there, and then the other part of downtown. So I guess that's a little bit more just where my mind was going with that from a community perspective. I also just want, and this is not a question, but as we head into deliberation on this, our town has drastically changed from when we initiated a lot of these projects 10 years ago. We all of a sudden have a communications manager. We actually have a logo that is only going to be used by the entire place. Like, we don't have 12 logos, right? So I think our capacity as an organization has improved immensely in order to tackle some of this stuff in a more robust way. And that's just an observation. It's not a question. It's not even a deliberation. It's just, here's where we've come just in my short 6 years up here. And I think we're only improving that capacity to have more thoughtful conversations like this. We're talking about an entire river corridor these days, not just one parcel on the river that we're going to redevelop anymore. right? So just think about that as we deliberate and sort of the steps that the town has taken to create capacity, but also where there's also a deficiency of capacity, because that's my biggest observation. But I don't have any questions. That's just a little bit of conversation for you all. Does anybody want to take a stab at looking at some of this? I think we heard a little bit coming from you. I definitely have opinions. But if anybody wants to kick us off, just raise your hand. Can I ask one more? Of course, yeah.
In looking at the stretch at Jaboom Street coming down from Stony Ridge to Alibi Ale, did you consider the complexity and cost of looking at it in segments, below, is it Kaiser that crosses Jaboom?
Yes, yeah. So like a sidewalk from here up and then as one phase and then this down as another phase?
Yeah, it was your reference to a Trout Creek Bridge, replacing the bridge that piqued my interest.
Yeah. So you could clearly, I'd say the easy part of this from a construction and cost standpoint is from Kaiser up to the, up to Stonebridge, sorry. The hard part is where the street's narrower and there's a lot more traffic, right? Because this area, it's much easier to build.
Yeah.
The vehicle pedestrian conflicts are not as significant up there because the traffic volume is quite a lot less than this lower section.
So you did look at it and didn't come to any real...
It's clearly could be a construction, I mean, that would be a much more straightforward project if we wanted to do something there. It's this
lower section that's the big challenge.
The lower section's a hard one. Okay. Yeah.
That's the only section I want to see. I don't care about the upper section.
I'm glad you said it.
Just to be clear, like I wouldn't even consider
thinking.
the upper section. I'm irrelevant on the upper section. Cut it out as far as I'm concerned and just focus on that lower one. Go ahead.
I'm happy to jump in if we want to start talking.
Yeah.
I support staff's recommendation of moving forward projects as is. I think, and there's a few reasons. One, projects are really hard to fund, and our staff does an incredible job of finding grant funding. And so I think doing the feasibility study on the railroad crossing makes a lot of sense now. The feasibility study is going to come back. I heard Dan say it would be this fiscal year, potentially. And then we would be able to then really understand what's feasible, and maybe nothing's feasible, or maybe we see the feasibility of these two options and we understand it's going to be X amount of millions or not, but at least it gives us a better understanding of what we would need to undertake if we want to do it. I mean, as we've talked about before, it has come up in the R2SC of connecting to downtown. So I think it makes sense to move forward with that now with grant funding, and then we'll have more decision points along the road. Similarly, the West River Street Park, I think, the parking lot, continuing to move forward in that process because of where we're at now, but we know there may be some other development projects happening or not that could also inform the future of it, but continuing to get it ready for potential, I think makes a lot of sense. And then I guess, I'm confident staff pays attention to what's out there and other grant opportunities. And they've always done a great job of, hey, we found this and now we're going to bring this forward. And I feel like if they saw something from the Sustainable Communities grant that was about pedestrian infrastructure on small streets, they'd put it forward and look to potentially move forward on Jaboom Street. So I guess I don't feel like by moving forward with staff's recommendation, we're stopping progress on stuff. We're not working on it right now. But it just seems like we'd be losing momentum on some of the other projects and funding that we already have going. Same with Trout Creek. We have funding for that too. So it makes the most sense to move forward with those now. And then I think, as we're looking at work plans, and I agree with you, Mayor, of could we combine, could a discussion on updates to our parking management system and a potential downtown-wide CFD be part of a broader conversation or something like that, to start maybe getting some building blocks in of future opportunities for some of those other projects. So where I'm at right now is I would support staff's recommendations.
Councilmember Klofstad.
Yeah, I concur with Councilmember Romack's comments. I do really see the Jaboom Street from, from Spring to Bridge as our next key focus area. And I would love to see it happen sooner. It's kind of painful to see how long it will take, but I also feel like trying to move it forward in advance or leapfrogging over some of these others would be asynchronous. And I think if we can incentivize staff to find alternative ways to begin a process on that, to begin either the design process or the development of a CFD district/districts, that would be really fantastic in trying to shorten that overall timeline of Jaboom Street. But I think trying to reorder these at this point would not benefit the community.
And just so that we heard you correctly, you said Jaboom between Spring and Bridge versus the Jaboom project that they're talking about is a separate CIP, which actually goes from Bridge up the hill. So you would prioritize Jaboom between Bridge and Spring over either Jaboom up the hill or the entire combination of the other three, basically, of Jaboom, Bridge, and Church.
Well, I trust staff's ability to segment out those logically, and I think that's going to be based on a couple of different things that we don't know right now, like development on those streets, grant opportunities, and also this CFD development, because I agree, looking at that area, it doesn't make sense to have 5 separate CFDs, and that seems to be a puzzle piece that we need to that's going to take a long time, but maybe not a full-time job for somebody, but something that somebody can plug away at. I know we've heard a lot from the community about the concerns on, because I've got the map pulled up here on the Kaiser as it crosses East Jaboom Street. And I would like to see what we can do to improve that. But yeah, ultimately, that whole section needs to be redesigned and redeveloped, and that's a very long-term plan.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
My concern is safety on Jaboom from Bridge Street up to particularly up to Kaiser, as you pointed out as well. I was hoping maybe there's a way of coming down around the transformer station there, the utility property, just so pedestrians can get off that street while it's dangerous. Or alternatively, there is some way of improving safety on Jaboom, some fashion. That's my big concern. All of that said, given what Dan said, I appreciate both what Council Member Romack and Klofstad said about sticking with what staff has developed over the years as the order in which they want to do things. It's a compelling presentation. And so I would reluctantly accede to that. I'd want to see the Trout Creek restoration expand to look at how you could make the bridge there safe for pedestrians as part of that project.
It sounds like that there's direction being provided. I'll provide my minority direction yet again. I think Trout Creek, I'm okay with scrapping it. I mean, Dan put a price tag of almost 10 million on that. To me, it's important. I'm not saying, first of all, let me say all of these projects are important. I'm not, our job is not to say what's important or not important. It's just to put a priority on things. To me, I'd be 100% okay with sacrificing the Trout Creek money that we've secured, letting that just do its thing for a little while until something else happens, or we get our evaluation assessment back and say, wow, you guys have the budget to do all of this. And in your 15-year plan, you actually might be able to accomplish it. Let's get you the human resources you need to actually carry this forward. So to me, that's what I want to see, is because that's what we're hearing. We're not hearing, we didn't hear once anybody say there's not enough money to do it. We heard everybody say, well, there might not be, but we heard everybody say this whole entire conversation was designed around human resources. Our job is to help solve human resources. We hire at every budget cycle. We have chosen a strategy at this budget cycle not to. I'm accepting of that. I would just make sure that when we do get our evaluation and our departmental assessments back, we remember the priorities as they were set forth and tackle each of those in a different time frame as well. I think that's important for us to remember. It's not to say, I don't want to put a department over another department, but what I'm hearing is that we have a human resource issue. We also have a community capacity issue, but I think the community capacity issue is less of a obstacle at this point from what I've been hearing. So to me, I would pause Trout Creek because we haven't started it yet. We have everything that staff has come to us and said is there's things that are in process versus things that haven't been started, and it's easier to stop things that haven't started versus stopping and pausing things that have already started. We've already started. Becky sat here just telling us that $25,000 is to wrap up Jaboom and put it on a shelf so we can start a new project. That doesn't make sense to me. That's what they just got done telling us. So I accept their expertise and their capacity, but I'm just hearing two different things, I guess, is what I heard, right? And so that's why I reflect on that. It's easier to not start a new project than it might be to carry through a project we already have a study ready to go on a shelf for.
Well, one council member's missing. This is a workshop, and I'm malleable.
We need to give staff direction to come back to us in 3 weeks with an answer. So if you're malleable, you have to say that now.
Do I have to say it twice?
You do. You have to say, I support what he's saying. Otherwise, I'm fine with the West River parking. I'm fine with the other staff constraints that have put on this. I do agree that a benefit assessment district that starts to look at a broader picture is an important next step. But
Okay, I haven't heard staff say that Trout Creek is a one-for-one trade-off. Boom.
They haven't. It's like a 0.5 to 1, I think, is what they said, which I'm willing to accept. I'm willing to accept 0.5 for 1. I'm willing to accept 0.4 even, actually.
What else gives then?
Just a comment about setting Jaboom Street down. It kind of got set down
a couple years ago. Yeah,
so,
totally.
And we did have done some work on it, but it's kind of gotten set down and the momentum has been lost. So, but you're correct. When we set things down, we do lose efficiency and investment there. So I'll say that. So I think if the question is, could you just say, we're not going to do Trout Creek, we're going to walk away from that money, go restructure that agreement with Lahontan, and instead focus resources on the Jaboom Street project first, I think that's... What? I was going to look to Becky to answer this one-for-one question.
We didn't say 1 for 1. We're willing to accept 0.5 for 1.
It might be closer than a 0.5. I mean, I think if we delayed West River parking and Trout Creek, it would allow us to free up a staff person to work on the Jaboom Street going up the hill.
And we could also wait 6 months and at the very minimum, not start Trout Creek. You could keep West River going. But I think if you have direction to not start Trout Creek, we wait 6 months and you come back to us with a mid-year adjustment to say, hey, this is what our evaluation assessment says. These are some investments we could make. These are some investments we might not make. Because it doesn't sound like you're really going to start, whether it's Trout Creek or anything, for at least 6 months, because you got to wrap up your 5 things on West River.
We have a lot of construction wrap up this year and a lot of closeout to get done. And so, it's unlikely that we're really going to start working on any of these, a lot of these projects until we get to the winter or early next year. So that is true that the parking lot and Trout Creek will not probably really get going until later in the year.
So Vice Mayor Zabriskie, would you support, at the very minimum for the time being, if you get, I would just say, leave it all in there, try to elevate Jaboom, and wouldn't come back in 6 months and let's see where we are.
Can I pop in?
Yeah,
also,
please.
and so what I kind of heard also with Jaboom Street is now we're really getting to the point where there need to be a lot of public outreach. So also, is this like something where, and maybe this is part of the operational assessment, I appreciate your comments on that, where engineers are involved, but maybe there's other staff that's more involved as well, so that way it's not the one-for-one capacity.
I think that's a little bit of what I was trying to get at, is engineering has carried a really heavy load. You guys have passed every benefit assessment district. You guys have managed every public meeting. And that responsibility might not still have to be on your shoulders in the same way. That's kind of where, is that what you were alluding to a little bit?
A little bit. Like,
that's what I'm saying. You don't have to write your own press releases anymore and make sure that the Post-it boards are going to be at the meeting, because now we have like communication directors and we have like other people who are doing really cool work. So that's why I'm trying to say, maybe that provides an opportunity. That's all. I don't know. Whatever. We don't need to belabor this for hours. Like, I think Councilmember Vice Mayor Zabriskie, you're somewhat in favor of what I'm saying.
I'm willing to trade Trout for Jaboom, reverse their priority.
Yeah.
But what I'm hearing is that's not enough for the workload that staff is carrying. That's why I'm trying to get
I think they don't
to 1
know
to 1.
for at least 6 months anyway, is kind of what they said a little bit.
Well, and I think there's a couple different factors there. I think if you trade off Trout for Jaboom, maybe a little bit of Jaboom can happen, but not the full project, right? Like
we're okay with
you're
that.
half of the project or 0.4 of the project or whatever. Maybe the direction needs to be that when we do the work plan update, think about what other staff capacity there might be to support the conversation of consolidating the assessment districts.
I don't think anything we're talking about, because we're not talking about consolidating assessment districts yet. If we're talking about trading Trout for Jaboom, there's no assessment district conversation that needs to happen, to be clear.
That's what I understand.
That's what I understand. And that's why we're saying, I mean, it has to be the philosophy of, we're not going to have an assessment district on Jaboom. That's the conversation.
There's a lot of, we all know this, there's a lot of moving pieces with Jaboom, and it's not, there's a plan ready to go, we can put out to bid for construction.
Correct.
And so there's a lot of these pieces. So yes, well, maybe there's not an assessment district right there, though it could feed into the downtown-wide assessment district.
Yeah, I think the Jaboom Street, one way or not, that's going to be a significant public conversation.
Yeah,
and
that's okay.
That, the public's going to be interested in downtown circulation patterns changing. I think the Trout Creek restoration, that's like 3 or 4 property owners who would be directly affected by that. So the level of community dialogue is much different with those 2 projects.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are not clear as to what the impacts and/or opportunities are. I want to be very abundantly clear. I think we're all sitting here understanding exactly what the trade-offs you're providing with us are, and you have Vice Mayor Zabriskie and I supporting pausing and or not starting Trout Creek in this next fiscal year. That's all we're saying. What we're saying is let's not start Trout Creek in this next fiscal year's budget. That's also not to say let's not reach a settlement with them. Let's not proceed down that route. We're not saying any of that. We're saying let's just reprioritize Trout Creek and Jaboom and take the resources that were going to be used on Trout Creek, reallocate them to Jaboom, because most likely it's not going to be till fiscal year 25, 26 when you come back to us with an actual public participation plan. You're not going to be ready to go to the public, even if you put in that same amount of resources in 24, 25. Maybe, but probably not till the end of it. And especially with Bridge Street happening, like that's all we're saying. We're just saying reprioritize Trout Creek for Jaboom, and let's see where we are a year from now. And we will have 3 years to spend Trout Creek money should we wish to put it back in. Maybe. It hasn't been signed. Sorry. That's what you're getting from Vice Mayor Zabriskie and I. You're getting, we accept staff's recommendation from Councilmembers Klostad and Romack, and we are leaving you with that kind of direction because there's nothing else to discuss on this point right now, because I think that's just where the four of us are. Unfortunately, we are not five to provide you the direction you need.
So we're gonna.
Sorry, that's what happens.
Yep, clear as mud. You'll get budget back again in June and have an opportunity, I suppose, at that point to talk about it again when you have five. But we'll somehow work with that direction. How about that? I mean, I think the direction is
we have 3 years to. I mean,
you have two people saying to.
Yeah, we split direction.
You split direction.
Yeah.
So, like I said, somehow we'll work with that for a June conversation.
Awesome. Sorry about that. Okay, next.
Just a quick note.
Yeah.
No, I just want to highlight.
It's good.
It's incredible. Also, staff is very busy with all the construction projects. That's a good problem that they can't start working on stuff. It's exciting right now. So I did just want to thank staff too that we've got some cool stuff coming up.
Killing it
really soon.
I think we all appreciate it, and I think you're killing it. And if there's any message, it's you're doing such a great job. We want to see more of it. That's the message. So thank you. Sorry for the lack of direction.
So moving on, we have the rest of the capital project slides. Nothing else has changed, so we were planning to just highlight them. We can do that or not, depending on your wish. They're all summary slides just like this that are very high level. So you've seen them, we can go through them, but we've highlighted the changes or the additions from the direction at the April meeting. So it's up to you if you'd like to continue through that just as a reminder. We can probably go through them pretty quickly, or we can
I
not.
can't wait to see them online.
Yeah, I'm good.
Just post them.
Councilmember Klostad? She did. Oh, thank you.
Okay.
I missed it. Okay, I think we're good.
Okay. That works. Do you have any other direction?
We can't hear you.
Do you have any other direction for budget before you see this again in June? I think we heard you were fine with all of the changes that we proposed for the capital. We didn't hear anything on operating, so that was THAP, Donner Lake, CTA, Biomass, Dark Skies, Library, Tahoe Donner, TSSA $1, with the exception of changing the name of the emergency evacuation planning feasibility study, and then kind of put it back in our court on Jaboom and Trout Creek.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say
Okay.
that sums it up.
That sums it up.
Okay, anything further? Are we done with this item?
We are done.
We are done. Great. 8:54. Okay. Thank you very much, staff. Thank you for everybody. Thank you all for being here. All you guys are hanging out with us late night, so we appreciate all your hard work. Sorry we provided such great direction. Councilmember Romack, anything to report?
I went to Good Morning Truckee last week. Great presentation from Truckee Donner Land Trust on kind of a little bit of history and then some of the projects they're working on. Mike Stottlemyre with North Star Community Services District on the biomass project, and then Jonathan Cook Fisher with the U.S. Forest Service about a lot of their forest health projects they're working on this summer. He made the comment of this is the summer of implementation. And so people, I think we've heard this at other meetings, there will be closures on popular trails and areas because they are doing projects and can't have people riding their bikes in the area. But no, it's for a good reason to keep our community safe. So just making sure people are ready for that. I think that was the main item.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
I was there with Lindsay, and she summarized the Good Morning Truckee really well. So then I met with the consultant for the organizational study. Attended the Economic Action Team meeting, kickoff talking about how we're going to approach getting started on an economic analysis of West River. The Truckee River Basin Watershed Group had a meeting I attended on the snow survey process that they conduct. And then I made a presentation to the Noontime Rotary on the River Revitalization Steering Committee, on the committee, and then on what we're trying to accomplish.
Councilmember Klofstad.
I've had 2 weeks of convalescence. Nothing to report.
And for me, we had a Visit Truckee Tahoe board meeting. Not a ton of exciting stuff, although we did approve a funding request to expand the downtown lighting program to not only be year-round, but to also be agnostically, not necessarily Christmas or whatever, just be agnostic and expand it from a consistency standpoint to both West River Street with its new streetscapes and over into the rail yard. So you will start to see that. And I do not know, I should have asked at the meeting how that coincides with our Dark Skies program, because I'm pretty sure it is not in alignment with that. So that is a very interesting conflict that I just brought up. Anyway, that's all. Thank you very much. We will adjourn to closed session for 3 items. Thank you.